Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the stillness of the night, when the world sleeps, the static whispers. Here, we unearth the forgotten, the forbidden, and the unsettling. Tonight's stories will crawl beneath your skin and nest in your thoughts. So turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the static guide you. Before we begin, let us know where and when you're listening from. Drop your country or the exact time you're tuning in, because at 3 a.m., you're never really alone.
Story 1. The Vanishing Hitchhiker's Tweet. The flickering gas station sign cast long, skeletal shadows across the deserted highway. Rain lashed against the windshield of Amelia's battered Jeep, blurring the already indistinct landscape. She shivered, pulling her worn fleece tighter around her. The chill wasn't just from the weather. A creeping unease had settled over her since she'd arrived at this desolate stretch of Route 666, a place locals whispered about in hushed tones. Amelia, a seasoned investigative journalist with a penchant for the macabre, was chasing a ghost, or rather, a series of ghosts. For the past 6 months, a string of disappearances had plagued this remote area. Hikers, truckers, even a couple on a weekend getaway, all vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread and unanswered questions. The local sheriff, a grizzled man named Brody, had labeled it a string of unfortunate accidents, but Amelia sensed something far more sinister at play. Her investigation had led her down a rabbit hole of cryptic online forums, whispered rumors, and half-remembered legends, each more unsettling than the last. Then, last night, a breakthrough. A tweet. A single, chilling tweet from Bethany Miller, one of the missing hikers. Bethany's account, usually filled with vibrant photos of her backpacking adventures, had been dormant for months. Then, just hours ago, a single tweet had appeared. He's watching. Don't stop at the devil's elbow. Vanishing Hitchhiker Route 666 held me. The hashtag Vanishing Hitchhiker caught Amelia's attention. It was a local legend, a whispered tale of a hitchhiker who appeared on lonely stretches of highway, offering rides to unsuspecting drivers, only to vanish into thin air, leaving behind a chilling emptiness and a feeling of dread that lingers long after the encounter. She dismissed it as folklore until now. Bethany's tweet connected the dots in a horrifying way. Amelia pulled up the tweet on her phone, the weak signal struggling to maintain its connection. The Devil's Elbow. According to local lore, it was a notoriously dangerous curve on Route 666, a place where accidents were commonplace, and disappearances even more so. The image associated with the tweet was a grainy, low-resolution photograph, seemingly taken in the dark. It depicted a fleeting glimpse of what seemed to be a blurry humanoid figure with an elongated figure next to a car in the dark of the night. There was something unsettling about the photograph. It seemed to give an impression of great dread and ominous anticipation. It was too blurry to make out any details, but its aura was enough to send chills down her spine. She scrolled through Bethany's previous tweets, searching for clues, for any indication of her state of mind before her disappearance. The posts were a mix of enthusiastic travel updates and slightly paranoid musings. She'd been increasingly anxious in her last few tweets, expressing fear of being followed, of feeling watched. Amelia felt a knot tightening in her stomach. This wasn't just a random disappearance. Bethany had been sending out distress signals, and no one had noticed. Amelia drove slowly, her headlights cutting through the torrential rain, illuminating the slick asphalt. The wipers fought a losing battle against the downpour, and the drumming of the rain against the roof was a rhythmic counterpoint to the pounding of her heart. Every bend in the road felt like a new test, a new potential encounter with the unseen. The rain intensified, and the wind howled, creating a cacophony of sound that drowned out her own thoughts. The landscape was shrouded in darkness, only punctuated by the occasional fleeting glimpse of a tree or a rock formation. The sheer desolation of the highway amplified her growing unease. It seemed as if the highway itself was conspiring to hide the truth. Suddenly, through the rain-streaked windshield, she saw it, a figure standing at the side of the road, their form obscured by the downpour. A hitchhiker. Amelia's breath hitched in her throat. This was it. This was the vanishing hitchhiker. It was too perfect, too coincidental, but the image of the blurry figure from Bethany's tweet flashed in her mind. It was possible that Bethany had tried to warn others, to alert others to whatever danger lurked on this road. It was as if Bethany had somehow reached across time and space through her tweet. She hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to keep driving, but her journalist's curiosity and a surge of adrenaline propelled her to pull over. The rain hammered against the Jeep as she rolled down the window, her heart pounding in her chest. "Hello," she called out, her voice barely audible above the roar of the wind and rain. The figure remained motionless, their face obscured by the downpour and the darkness. Amelia felt a cold dread creeping up her spine. This was different. This wasn't just a normal hitchhiker. This was something far more sinister. It emanated an aura of coldness, a darkness that seemed to seep into her very being. She felt a primal instinct warning her to get away, to drive away as far as possible from this place. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the figure was gone. Vanished. Amelia stared at the empty space where the figure had stood, her mind racing. Had she imagined it? Or had she just witnessed something truly supernatural? The rain continued to fall, washing away any trace of the figure, leaving behind only the unsettling silence and the growing sense of dread. Amelia sat in her Jeep, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and fascination, her mind replaying the events of the last few minutes. She knew, deep down, that this wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. She looked down at her phone, the weak signal finally breaking. A new message appeared on her social media feed, a direct message on Twitter. It was a cryptic message from an anonymous user, accompanied by a single distorted image that seemed to depict a GPS coordinates. The message read, "The game has begun. Find the source. Vanishing hitchhiker Route 666 next victim." The message sent a shiver down Amelia's spine. It seemed as if she was now part of the game, a pawn in a deadly puzzle that seemed to extend far beyond the boundaries of the physical world. The cryptic message and the distorted image somehow seemed familiar, almost as if she'd seen it before. She rummaged through her phone, frantically searching for any clues, desperately trying to connect the dots. She scrolled through the previous messages from the same anonymous user. Each message was accompanied by a cryptic image, hinting at something beyond the realm of comprehension. The images seemed to depict various stages of the vanishing hitchhiker phenomenon, hinting at the existence of a deeper, more sinister force at play. It seemed as if the anonymous user was guiding her, revealing the layers of this mystery one by one. The GPS coordinates were located somewhere deep within the forest bordering Route 666, a place known as the Whispering Woods. The woods, according to local legend, was said to be haunted by ancient entities, creatures of myth and nightmare, guarding the secrets of the vanishing hitchhiker. A place where reality blurred with the supernatural. Amelia decided to act, to follow the clues that had been presented before her. She started her car, the engine sputtering back to life, providing a small measure of hope in the face of overwhelming fear. The GPS signal was weak, barely audible, but it indicated the direction she needed to go. This was her chance to unravel the truth behind the vanishing hitchhiker. She was now no longer just a journalist, she was a hunter, tracking a dangerous, supernatural prey. The game had begun. And this time, she would not back down. As she drove deeper into the darkness of the Whispering Woods, the messages continued. Cryptic messages accompanied by images, pushing her further and further into the terrifying heart of the mystery. The rain had stopped, but the darkness seemed to have intensified, making every bend in the road feel like a new challenge. The world around her felt cold, almost desolate, as if she was driving deeper into a world beyond reality. A world of darkness, fear, and uncertainty. The road became narrower and more treacherous, trees looming like menacing figures on either side, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional crunch of tires on the gravel road. This was different from the highway she had experienced before. This felt ancient, almost primordial. She could feel the presence of the unseen things around her, its presence palpable, as if the woods themselves were breathing. She finally reached her destination, a secluded cabin, shrouded in darkness and an unsettling silence. The cabin seemed almost impossible to find, completely hidden by the deep forest around it. The atmosphere around it was cold, ominous, and sinister, exuding an aura of quiet menace. A place where the past, the present, and the future blended together in a horrifying symphony. The cabin looked like a place that would belong in a ghost story. With trembling hands, Amelia cautiously approached the cabin, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, watching her, observing her every move. The silence was oppressive, deafening, and it somehow felt as if she was being observed by unseen eyes. The darkness seemed to be alive, a sinister entity that enveloped her, trapping her in a nightmarish world of fear and uncertainty. She pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The cabin was sparsely furnished, cluttered with strange devices and computer equipment, giving the impression of a makeshift laboratory. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and something else, something faintly metallic and sickeningly sweet. Amelia's instincts screamed at her to turn back, but she pressed forward, driven by an unyielding determination to unravel the truth. On a computer screen, she found a live feed of Route 666. It seemed as if the feed was somehow linked to the vanishing hitchhiker phenomenon, showing distorted images, ghostly figures, and glimpses of the missing persons. The image of the vanishing hitchhiker appeared again, its distorted form moving around the camera, its face forever obscured by darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured by the darkness, but Amelia recognized the figure from the blurry images associated with the tweet from Bethany. The game was about to begin, and Amelia knew that she had to be ready for whatever was to come. The figure revealed a mask of pure evil, an expression of satisfaction and control. Amelia's journey was far from over. The true horror was just about to unfold. The fight for survival was just about to begin. The anonymous message, chillingly succinct, pulsed with a malevolent energy that resonated far beyond the limitations of the digital world. Amelia's fingers trembled as she reread the message, the distorted GPS coordinates burning into her retinas. The image accompanying it was a warped, almost fractal distortion of the grainy photo from Bethany's tweet, the blurry figure now multiplied, superimposed, forming a grotesque, swirling mass of limbs and shadows. It was a digital representation of the chilling dread that had been creeping into her life since she'd first seen Bethany's tweet. Her journalistic instincts, usually a calm and collected guide, were overwhelmed by a raw, primal fear. This wasn't just a story anymore, it was a hunt, a deadly game of cat and mouse where she might very well be the mouse. She felt the familiar adrenaline surge, the kind she usually experienced chasing down a juicy lead, but this felt different. This was laced with dread, cold and sharp as shards of ice. She pulled up the coordinates on her phone's mapping app. The location was deep within the Whispering Woods, a place shunned even by the locals, a place whispered about in hushed, fearful tones. Stories circulated of strange lights, unsettling sounds, and disappearances that defied logic and explanation. It was the perfect setting for a horror film, a place where digital footprints dissolved into the mists of legend. Amelia felt a knot of apprehension tighten in her gut. This wasn't just another investigative piece, this was a plunge into the heart of a digital ghost story, a story where the lines between the real and the surreal were blurring rapidly. Her research into Bethany Miller's social media presence proved more fruitful than she'd initially hoped. Bethany, it turned out, was an avid vlogger and Instagrammer, meticulously documenting her hiking expeditions. Her posts, initially filled with the bright, optimistic energy of a young woman embracing nature, took a disturbing turn several weeks before her disappearance. The cheerful snapshots were replaced by increasingly anxious updates. She started posting cryptic messages within her captions, peppered with hashtags like Unseen Watcher, Followed, and Paranoid Enthusiast. The vibrant landscape seemed to grow darker, more ominous, in her increasingly grainy photos. Amelia delved deeper, analyzing the metadata embedded within Bethany's photos. GPS coordinates, initially consistent with her claimed hiking routes, showed anomalies in the final days before her disappearance. The location data jumped, glitching erratically, leading to points deep within the Whispering Woods, far from any established trail. The photos themselves showed signs of digital manipulation, subtle distortions, impossible shadows, fleeting glimpses of movement that weren't quite human. A digital ghost in the machine, leaving its trace in the pixels. Her investigation extended beyond Bethany's own accounts. She found Bethany's posts shared and commented on by several other hikers, some now missing themselves. Many shared a similar pattern: initial excitement, followed by escalating paranoia reflected in increasingly cryptic social media posts. The comments section beneath their posts became a chilling digital graveyard, a place where their last words hung in the digital ether. The comments became progressively more cryptic, interspersed with alarming mentions of the vanishing hitchhiker legend, further fueling Amelia's growing sense of unease. It was as if a malevolent entity was using social media as a canvas to weave a tapestry of fear. Amelia started cross-referencing the social media activity of the missing hikers, creating a digital map of their movements and online interactions. The map highlighted several key locations frequently mentioned, all points of interest in local folklore, each linked to a variation of the vanishing hitchhiker myth. One recurring location was Devil's Elbow, already mentioned in Bethany's chilling tweet. The others included the Whispering Woods, Widow's Point, and the abandoned Blackwood Mine, all places that had long been associated with disappearances and unexplained phenomena. Each location was marked with increasingly unsettling images and cryptic messages from the anonymous user. The anonymity of the digital threat magnified the horror. The user's profile was a void, no image, no biographical information, just a stream of cryptic messages, distorted images, and those ever-present hashtags. They seemed to anticipate Amelia's every move, leading her deeper into the heart of the mystery with a disturbing efficiency. The user was a puppeteer, pulling strings in both the digital and physical realms, orchestrating a terrifying game with Amelia as the unwitting player. The digital trail wasn't just a map, it was a breadcrumb trail, leading her to a terrifying conclusion. Amelia felt a mounting sense of dread, the type that clung to her like a cold, suffocating mist, amplified by the flashing screen of her phone, the ghostly glow illuminating her anxious face in the darkness. The sheer volume of cryptic data threatened to overwhelm her, yet something kept her going, the hope of finding Bethany, of solving this chilling mystery, of exposing the sinister force manipulating the digital world to orchestrate real-world horror. The digital breadcrumbs pointed towards a convergence point, the abandoned Blackwood Mine. It was said to be the gateway to the otherworld, a place where the vanishing hitchhiker's legend originated, where the veil between realities was at its thinnest. The last message from the anonymous user contained a series of digital coordinates, this time precisely pinpoint the abandoned mine's entrance. The image was a heavily distorted picture of the mine entrance, an eerie scene in a sepia tone, devoid of any light or warmth, adding to the overall chilling effect. This wasn't a simple case of missing persons, it was a terrifying confluence of technology, folklore, and something far more sinister. The digital trail had led Amelia not just to a physical location but to the heart of a terrifying digital conspiracy, a web of interconnected narratives woven into a horrifying, modern take on an ancient legend. As she prepared for the final confrontation, Amelia felt a cold, prickling sensation on her skin, a sense of being watched, a feeling intensified by the chilling silence of her room and the eerie images constantly flashing before her eyes. The game was far from over. The true horror was yet to begin. The digital trail had led her to the edge of a precipice, beyond which lay a darkness older and deeper than anything she'd ever imagined. The Blackwood Mine loomed before Amelia like a jagged tooth in the landscape, a gaping maw swallowing the fading light of the late afternoon. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, a tangible manifestation of the dread that had been clinging to her since she first saw Bethany's tweet. The GPS coordinates, precise to the meter, led her directly to a rusted, almost swallowed by the earth sign, barely legible, Blackwood Mine, keep out. The warning felt less like a suggestion and more like a desperate plea from a place that had already suffered too much loss. She'd spent the last few hours studying everything she could find about the Blackwood Mine, its history steeped in local legends and shrouded in mystery. Miners' tales spoke of unearthly whispers echoing through the tunnels, of lights seen flitting through the darkness, and of men disappearing without a trace, their tools left abandoned amidst the collapsed shafts. The vanishing hitchhiker legend was intimately tied to this place, its origins lost in the mists of time, the stories blending with the mind's already grim history. Now, the digital breadcrumbs had led her to the heart of it all. Amelia switched on her headlamp, the beam cutting through the encroaching darkness. The path leading to the mine entrance was overgrown, choked with weeds and thorny bushes that clawed at her clothes as she forced her way through. She moved with a strange combination of trepidation and determination, her journalistic instincts battling with a primal fear that gnawed at her insides. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth and the unsettling creak of the ancient mine timbers. The mine's entrance was a gaping hole in the earth, a dark abyss promising untold horrors. The air inside was cold, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something indefinably unsettling, a metallic tang mixed with the faint smell of ozone, a scent that pricked at her nostrils and heightened her already heightened senses. She paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. She was stepping into the heart of a legend, a place where the digital world met a very real, very ancient darkness. As Amelia ventured deeper into the mine, the darkness pressed in on her, a suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb the light from her headlamp. The air grew colder, the silence more profound, punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of water echoing through the narrow tunnels. The walls were damp and slick, covered in a layer of slimy moss and fungus, the air thick with the scent of decay. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, playing tricks on her eyes, making her question her own sanity. It was a place where paranoia thrived, where the line between reality and delusion blurred. She moved slowly, her footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence, her senses heightened, alert to any sound or movement. She checked her phone, the digital glow of the screen a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness surrounding her. The signal was weak, intermittent, further amplifying the sense of isolation and vulnerability. The images from the anonymous user flashed across her mind, the distorted photographs, the cryptic messages, the relentless hashtags, all converging on this place, this chilling nexus of the digital and the physical. The deeper she went, the more the mind seemed to twist and turn, defying logic and spatial awareness. The tunnels branched off in unexpected directions, creating a labyrinthine maze that threatened to disorient and trap her. She felt a mounting sense of unease, a feeling that she wasn't alone, that something was watching her, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The silence was no longer peaceful, it was a palpable presence, filled with a malevolent energy that vibrated through her bones. She came across several abandoned mining carts, rusted and decaying, their wooden frames crumbling into dust. The tools lying beside them were covered in a layer of rust, hinting at the sudden, abrupt nature of the miners' departures. The scene was eerily silent, a testament to the tragedy that had befallen this place. Amelia felt a pang of empathy for the miners who had met their fate in this desolate place, swallowed by the darkness of the mine and the earth above. In one of the tunnels, she found a strange symbol etched into the rock wall, a complex design that looked oddly familiar. It was similar to the symbol that had appeared repeatedly in the distorted images sent by the anonymous user, a chilling reminder of the digital connection to this very real, physical place. The symbol seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible light, its meaning obscured yet somehow deeply unsettling. Amelia felt a shiver run down her spine, a primal fear that went beyond mere apprehension. As she continued her exploration, she noticed peculiar formations in the rock, strange crystalline structures that glowed with an internal light, casting an ethereal glow on the surrounding walls. These formations pulsated faintly, emitting a low hum that resonated deep within her chest. She recognized these formations from the distorted images in the anonymous user's messages. They seemed to be the source of the unsettling digital anomalies she had detected earlier. Suddenly, she heard it, a faint sound, a whisper carried on the wind, a voice barely audible above the drip of water and the echoing silence. It was a woman's voice, mournful and desolate, whispering a name that sounded eerily similar to Bethany Miller's. Amelia froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The sound seemed to emanate from deep within the mine, drawing her deeper into the darkness. She followed the sound, her fear battling with her determination, her journalistic instincts driving her forward despite the overwhelming dread. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, drawing her towards a point deep within the labyrinthine tunnels, a place where the darkness was absolute, the silence deafening. The air grew colder, the sense of being watched intensified, the feeling of dread escalating into pure terror. As she rounded a bend, she saw it, a flickering light at the end of a long tunnel, a light that seemed to beckon her forward, a light that pulsed with a malevolent energy that spoke of something ancient, something evil, something deeply, profoundly wrong. Amelia's heart pounded in her chest, a frantic drumbeat in the face of the terrifying unknown. She knew that whatever awaited her at the end of that tunnel, it wouldn't be pretty. The highway of the disappeared had led her to this point, the heart of the darkness, the culmination of the digital trail and the ancient legend. The game was far from over, the true horror was about to begin. The digital ghost had a physical form, and it was waiting. The faint whisper of Bethany Miller's name, echoing through the desolate tunnels, spurred Amelia onward. The digital trail, the cryptic tweets, the distorted images, all of it had led her here, to this terrifying nexus of the physical and the digital. But the deeper she ventured into the Blackwood mine, the more she realized that the internet's anonymity was a flimsy shield against the ancient horrors that dwelled within. The crystalline formations, pulsating with an eerie inner light, became more frequent, their hum growing louder, resonating in Amelia's bones like a morbid heartbeat. They were undeniably the source of the digital anomalies she detected, the glitches in her phone's GPS, the erratic signal fluctuations, the strange electromagnetic pulses. The mine itself seemed to be a conduit between the digital world and something far older, something far more sinister. As she navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, she stumbled upon a small, almost hidden chamber. The air within was thick with an oppressive stillness, the silence broken only by the rhythmic drip of water. On the walls, etched into the rock, were intricate symbols, identical to those in the anonymous user's messages. But here, in the dim light of her headlamp, Amelia saw more. The symbols weren't just etched, they were woven into the very fabric of the rock, glowing faintly, pulsating with the same eerie light as the crystalline formations. It was then that she noticed the carvings on the floor. They depicted figures, grotesque and inhuman, engaged in some ancient ritual. The figures were surrounded by symbols, mirroring those on the walls, forming a complex web of arcane imagery. Amelia recognized some of the symbols from her research on ancient occult practices. This wasn't just a mine, it was a sacred site, a place where dark rituals had been performed for centuries. And the digital disturbances, they were a modern manifestation of this ancient evil. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing her headlamp. Amelia was plunged into absolute darkness, the silence punctuated only by the frantic pounding of her own heart. She fumbled for her phone, its screen illuminating the grotesque carvings for a fleeting moment before the battery died, the final sliver of digital light swallowed by the encompassing darkness. The darkness pressed in on her, claustrophobic and suffocating. She could feel the cold, damp air on her skin, the rough texture of the rock against her hands as she groped blindly, searching for a way out. Her fear was not just of the dark, or the unknown, but of a presence, something that felt malevolent, sentient, watching her from the impenetrable shadows. Then, she heard it again, the whispers, the mournful wailing of Bethany Miller's name, but this time, it was closer, more insistent, seeming to emanate from all directions at once. It was a chorus of voices, a cacophony of sorrow and despair, swirling around her, pressing in, attempting to overwhelm her senses. She stumbled forward, her hands brushing against something cold and smooth. It was a wall, or so she thought. As she ran her hand along its surface, she felt the cold, smooth texture of stone, yet beneath it, something pulsed. A rhythmic throbbing, like a heartbeat, amplified the whispers, making them feel visceral, real. The wall was alive. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, Amelia pushed against the wall. It gave way, revealing a hidden passage, a narrow tunnel leading deeper into the earth. The air within the tunnel was noticeably colder, carrying a pungent metallic tang, and the whispers were deafening now, punctuated by a low, guttural chanting that sent shivers down her spine. As she crawled through the tunnel, she felt a strange sensation, as if the very rock itself was shifting and moving around her. The tunnel seemed to change shape, its dimensions altering constantly, disorienting and unsettling. The crystalline formations glowed brighter here, their light pulsing in rhythm with the chanting, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things. The tunnel finally opened into a vast cavern, a cathedral of darkness illuminated only by the eerie glow of the crystalline formations. In the center of the cavern, she saw it, a swirling vortex of light and shadow, a digital anomaly made manifest, a breach between the digital and the physical worlds. And then she saw them. Figures, shrouded in shadow, their forms flickering in and out of existence. They were the missing people, the vanishing hitchhikers, their faces contorted in silent screams, their eyes wide with a terror that transcended death. They were trapped, suspended between worlds, their consciousnesses tethered to the digital realm through the ancient rituals performed in this forsaken place. The anonymous user, the mastermind behind the online community obsessed with urban legends, was there too. Not a single person, but a collective consciousness, a digital entity forged from the dark desires and morbid curiosity of countless individuals, their digital avatars coalescing into a single, monstrous entity. This was the ghost in the machine, feeding off the fear and fascination it inspired, using social media to lure its victims, its digital tendrils reaching into the physical world through the Blackwood mine. This entity, fueled by the combined energy of the trapped souls, was manipulating the digital realm, using its power to twist reality, creating the digital anomalies that had led Amelia to this horrifying place. It was a horrifying symbiosis, an unholy alliance between ancient evil and modern technology, a perfect storm of fear and fascination. The vanishing hitchhikers weren't just victims, they were its fuel, its sustenance. Amelia understood now. The online community wasn't just obsessed with urban legends, it was unknowingly participating in an ancient ritual, unknowingly feeding the digital entity that was trapping and consuming the missing people. The hashtags, the cryptic messages, the distorted images, they were all part of the ritual, their digital energy fueling the entity's power. The digital ghost was real, and it was far more terrifying than any legend. It was a modern nightmare, a chilling testament to the dark side of our interconnected world. And Amelia, armed with nothing but her wits and a dying phone, was trapped in its heart, facing the ultimate test of survival. The game, it seemed, was far from over. The true horror, the unimaginable truth of the vanishing hitchhiker, was just beginning. The mine was not only a physical location, it was a convergence point, a digital nexus where the lines between reality and the terrifyingly real online world had blurred into a terrifyingly single reality. The escape, it seemed, would require more than just bravery, it would require a deep understanding of the rules of this unholy game and a strategy that exploited the technology against itself. The question remained, could Amelia outwit an entity woven from the digital fabric of a million fears, and escape the darkness that clung to this digital and ancient evil? The rhythmic pulse of the cavern floor vibrated through Amelia's boots, a morbid heartbeat echoing the frantic drumming in her chest. The ghostly figures, the vanishing hitchhikers, continued their silent screams, their ethereal forms flickering like corrupted data streams. They were trapped, caught in a digital purgatory, their essence tethered to this unholy nexus between the physical mind and the digital abyss. The chilling realization washed over her, this wasn't just a legend, it was a horrifyingly efficient system, a digital age ritual fueled by the very anxieties and fascinations of the online community. The anonymous user, the architect of this digital horror, remained elusive, its presence a chilling hum woven into the fabric of the cavern. It wasn't a single individual, Amelia realized, but a collective consciousness, a terrifying amalgamation of countless online users, their collective fear and morbid curiosity fueling the entity's power. Each click, each like, each share of a cryptic tweet, each frantic search for answers, all contributed to its horrifying growth, its digital tendrils extending further into the real world. Her phone, long since dead, lay useless in her pocket. The digital tools that had guided her here were now completely useless, leaving her utterly vulnerable in the face of this ancient, technologically enhanced evil. This was a game played on its own terms, outside the rules she understood, demanding a completely different approach. She needed to understand the rules of this digital nightmare, to find a weakness in the system, a flaw in the code of this horrifying entity. Amelia's gaze fell upon a peculiar detail she hadn't noticed before. A single, flickering symbol, different from the others etched into the cavern walls, pulsed faintly with a light that seemed slightly out of sync with the others. It was almost like a glitch in the system, a discordant note in the macabre symphony of the cavern. It was subtly different, less vibrant, as if it was fading, weakening. An idea sparked within her, a desperate hope flickering in the darkness. The entity was a digital construct, a collective consciousness fueled by online engagement. If the entity drew its power from the digital world, perhaps disrupting that flow could weaken it. Perhaps this seemingly insignificant, fading symbol held the key. She began to study the symbol closely, tracing its contours with her fingers. It was a complex glyph, a combination of ancient symbols and something else, something distinctly modern, akin to a distorted computer code. It was as if the ancient ritual had been augmented by technology, its digital overlay somehow weakening the overall structure. This could be a weakness, a vulnerability in the system. Remembering her research on the online community, she recalled the discussions about the origins of the vanishing hitchhiker legend, the variations in the stories, the different interpretations of the symbols. Maybe, just maybe, the key wasn't in strengthening the online engagement, but in disrupting it, and introducing a new narrative, a different interpretation of the legend that would confuse the digital entity, throwing the system into chaos. Amelia knew she was playing with fire, risking everything on a desperate gamble. But the alternative was acceptance of her own inevitable demise, swallowed by this terrifying amalgamation of ancient evil and modern technology. She had to try. She had to find a way to hack the system, to disrupt the digital energy feeding the entity. With renewed determination, Amelia began to search for any connection between the symbols she discovered and the online community's discussions. She remembered a specific online thread where users were debating the interpretation of the symbols, proposing different meanings and origins. She recognized some of the discussions mirroring the structure of this strange, fading symbol. Could it be a counter-symbol, an antidote to the digital entity's influence? The thought galvanized her. She had to create a counter-narrative, a digital counterspell to disrupt the entity's control. If she could spread a different interpretation of the legend, introduce ambiguity and doubt, it might disrupt the flow of digital energy that sustained the entity, weakening its grasp on the trapped souls and potentially opening a path to their escape, and her own. But how? Without her phone, how could she reach the online community? How could she introduce her counter-narrative into the digital realm? She looked around the cavern. The pulsating crystalline formations, the source of the digital anomalies, offered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could serve as a conduit, a way to transmit a message even without technology. The idea was audacious, bordering on insane. But desperation fueled her actions. She began to carefully arrange the stones near the fading symbol, forming a new pattern, a mirror image of the symbol, but with subtle alterations, deliberately introducing inaccuracies and inconsistencies. She was creating a digital counterpoint, a message of doubt and confusion to be sent into the digital world. The act felt strangely ritualistic, a counter-ritual, a digital exorcism performed in the heart of the ancient horror. As she worked, the crystalline formations seemed to respond, their light pulsing in a pattern that echoed her actions. It felt as if she was hacking the system, reprogramming the very fabric of the digital physical nexus. With the final stone in place, Amelia felt a sudden shift in the energy of the cavern. The air crackled with an unseen power. The ghostly figures seemed to stir, their movements more erratic, their screams louder. The entity, she sensed, was reacting to her interference. It was a battle for control, a struggle waged in the digital realm and manifesting in the heart of the ancient mind. Her heart pounded in her chest as she prepared to face the consequences. The digital entity was clearly destabilized. Its power weakened, the grip on reality loosened. This was her chance. She focused on the fading symbol, pushing with all her might, channeling her intention into the stone arrangement. She was not just altering the physical arrangement, she was altering the digital code, sending a wave of doubt and confusion into the online community, disrupting the flow of energy that sustained the entity. It was a desperate attempt, a gamble with the fate of the trapped souls and her own life, but it was the only chance she had. The cavern trembled violently. The crystalline formations blazed with blinding light, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed like living things. A wave of searing energy washed over Amelia, a palpable manifestation of the digital entity's rage and desperation. She felt herself being pulled, stretched, her consciousness tearing between the physical and digital realms. It was a terrifying experience, a digital assault on her senses. But she held on, her resolve unwavering. She focused on her intention, sending a clear message into the digital ether. The vanishing hitchhiker was not a single, unified entity, but a fragmented collection of stories, interpretations, and anxieties, all existing in the blurry space between reality and the virtual. The fear was real, but the singular, unified entity was not. This was the counterpoint to the single entity. The vanishing hitchhiker was not what it seemed. Slowly, the intensity of the energy subsided. The light dimmed, the tremors ceased. The ghostly figures began to fade, their screams weakening before dissolving into silence. The entity was losing its grip. Amelia felt herself return to the physical realm, her body still trembling, but her spirit unbroken. She had succeeded. She had hacked the system, disrupted the flow of digital energy, and broken the hold of the ancient evil. The cavern was still, eerily quiet. The only sound was the gentle drip of water. But this time, the silence wasn't oppressive, it was liberating. The vanishing hitchhikers were gone, their digital tethers severed. The mind felt cleansed, the digital energy dissipated. The ancient evil had been thwarted by a combination of human courage and a clever application of digital tools against the entity that used the tools to strengthen itself. Amelia stumbled to her feet, weak but victorious. She had faced her fears, confronted the truth behind the internet community, and ultimately triumphed. The game was far from over. She still needed to find her way out of the mine, but for now, a sense of relief washed over her. She had saved the vanishing hitchhikers, she had broken the power of the digital entity, and she had survived the ultimate test. The true horror was over, replaced by an unsettling quiet and the knowledge that even the most ancient evils could be fought in the most modern of ways. The battle had been fought and won within the digital space of fears. Story 2, The Slender Man's Webcam. The air in Liam's basement hung thick with the smell of stale pizza and anticipation. Four figures huddled around a laptop, bathed in the eerie glow of the screen. Liam, the self-proclaimed leader, nervously adjusted his Slenderman mask, a cheap eBay purchase that already showed signs of wear and tear. Beside him, Maya, the resident tech expert, fiddled with the live stream settings, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Across from them, Chloe, the self-appointed horror movie aficionado, nervously chewed on her nails, while Finn, the reluctant cameraman, gripped his phone, his face pale beneath the harsh fluorescent lighting. "Are we live?" Liam whispered, his voice muffled by the mask. Maya nodded, her eyes glued to the monitor. "Yeah, we're live. About 10 viewers already." A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Their grand plan, a creepypasta-themed livestream recreating the legend of Slenderman, was underway. They'd spent weeks planning this, meticulously crafting their script, scouring online forums for the most authentic Slenderman lore. They believed the combination of chilling atmosphere and authentic recreation would generate a viral moment, the ultimate social media win. Their audience, while small at the moment, was steadily growing. They'd chosen an abandoned park on the outskirts of town as their location, the perfect setting for a Slenderman encounter. Liam, in his makeshift Slenderman costume, would stalk the grounds while the others, stationed in the basement, would provide live commentary and react to the events. They even had a pre-recorded sound effect of eerie whispers and rustling leaves ready to enhance the atmosphere. They weren't just going to present the story, they were going to live it. The live stream began with a montage of creepypasta imagery, interspersed with shots of the desolate park. Liam's shadow, elongated and distorted by the setting sun, flitted across the screen. The pre-recorded whispers added an unsettling layer to the already spooky atmosphere. "Okay, Liam," Maya said, her voice tense. "Remember the script. No improvisation. We don't want to scare anyone too much." Liam gave a thumbs up, though his eyes darted nervously around the darkened basement. The comments section on their live stream was already filling up with excited messages and predictions. Many of them were familiar faces, regular followers of their small but loyal community. As Liam ventured deeper into the park, things started to feel off. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves with an unnatural intensity. The pre-recorded sounds they had planned seemed strangely out of sync, almost as if something else was adding to the audio feed. The shadows seemed to lengthen, become more defined and menacing, and the darkness of the park became less a backdrop and more a palpable presence. The live stream chat became a flurry of messages. Viewers were reporting strange glitches in the video feed, momentary flickers and distortions, similar to corrupted data streams. Some were even claiming to see figures lurking in the background, indistinct shapes moving too fast for the eye to follow. Chloe's laughter faltered. "Guys," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I think something's wrong. This isn't the sound effect. This is real." Finn, peering through the camera lens, gasped. "There's something behind Liam. A tall, dark figure. It's Slender Man." On the live stream, the image of Liam became momentarily obscured by a wave of static, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of something impossibly tall and thin lurking behind him. The viewers went wild, the comments section exploding with a mix of terror and disbelief. Liam remained oblivious, following the script, unaware of the horrifying presence behind him. The wind howled, punctuated by the unmistakable sound of rustling in the undergrowth, not the recordings, but something real and unnervingly close to the camera. Liam, still following the script, turned to face the supposed camera, but he seemed visibly more disturbed than usual. He seemed to falter in his speech, his voice shaking. Then, a sudden darkness engulfed the screen. The live stream went black. Panic seized the group in the basement. They tried frantically to reconnect to the live stream, but the signal was gone. Maya's attempts to access the camera feed were met with failure. It was as if the connection had been deliberately severed. They tried calling Liam on his phone, but it went straight to voicemail. "We need to go find him," Chloe said, her voice barely above a whisper. As they raced to the park, a chilling realization dawned upon them. Their attempt to recreate a creepypasta had somehow brought the legend to life. The lines between fiction and reality had blurred, the digital world bleeding into the physical, making their virtual horror a tangible nightmare. The park, once familiar and mundane, was now shrouded in an oppressive darkness. The air was heavy with an unnatural chill, the trees twisted and contorted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The familiar sounds of the night were replaced by unsettling whispers and rustling leaves, this time, not created for the audience but a real and menacing presence. They found Liam's phone lying on the ground, its screen cracked. Beside it, they saw a series of strange symbols carved into the earth, symbols that echoed the glyphs they had seen in their online research on Slender Man. They were more than symbols, they were digital imprints, burned into the physical realm, connecting the digital to the tangible. Their playful attempt to harness the power of internet culture had backfired spectacularly. They had opened a door, a gateway into something ancient and malevolent, and now they were paying the price. The internet's dark underbelly had seeped into their reality, and the digital legend of Slender Man was no longer confined to the virtual world. It was real. It had taken root in their reality. The search for Liam turned into a desperate fight for survival. The park wasn't just a location, it had become a horrifying nexus, a convergence point between the digital and the physical, where the rules of reality had been rewritten. They were not just confronting a fictional character, they were facing the embodiment of the collective anxieties and fears fueled by the internet itself. They were trapped inside the very horror they'd attempted to create. The game had taken on a horrifyingly real life. Their online community had manifested into a physical monster. They had started their journey with a desire to create digital content that would generate followers. Instead, they found themselves at the epicenter of a horrifying, digitally fueled nightmare that they could hardly understand, let alone escape. The digital monster manifested itself in their world from the very fear and curiosity that had nurtured the character in the minds of many users. This digital entity had become more powerful than anything they could have imagined, and they were left to face their fears in the real world. Their attempts to replicate a fearsome creature turned into a fight for survival. The internet wasn't just a source of entertainment anymore, it had become a dangerous, tangible force. The night was far from over. The chase had begun, and the horrifying truth was that they were now hunted by a creature born from the digital shadows, a creature made real by their own hubris and the collective dark imagination of the internet. This was no longer a game, it was a fight for survival against a creature that had broken free from the constraints of the digital realm, a being fueled by the very fears and fascination that had given it life in the first place. Their initial attempt at a creepypasta livestream had morphed into a desperate battle for survival against the very monster they had sought to emulate. The digital world had invaded their reality, and the consequences were far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. Their attempt to use the internet for popularity had become a fight for their lives. The digital entity manifested itself from their shared fear. They were no longer safe within their digital community. The digital world had become their deadly reality. They were hunted by their own creation. The silence in the basement was broken only by the frantic clicking of Maya's keyboard and Chloe's ragged breathing. Finn, his face ashen, stared at the blank screen, his phone clutched in a death grip. The abrupt end of their live stream had left a vacuum of terror in its wake. The playful fear they'd intended to evoke had been replaced by a bone-chilling dread that settled deep in their stomachs. They were no longer just playing a game, they were trapped in it. Then, a notification pinged on Maya's phone. It was a private message on their live stream platform from an anonymous user. Interesting experiment, the message read. But you've only scratched the surface. Chloe gasped. Who sent that? Maya scrolled through the message history, her fingers trembling. I don't recognize the username. It's completely anonymous. Another message arrived. He's always watching. This one was accompanied by a distorted image, a blurry, elongated figure lurking in the shadows, its features obscured by darkness. The image was so unsettlingly familiar that a collective shiver ran down their spines. It was a crude rendering, yet it undeniably evoked the terrifying image of Slender Man. This is creepy, Finn stammered, his voice barely audible. As if in response, another message popped up. The proxies are coming. Their research on Slender Man had mentioned proxies, beings connected to the entity, serving as extensions of its will. The thought sent a cold wave of terror through them. Were these messages just a sick prank, or was this anonymous user somehow connected to the events unfolding in the park? The messages continued, each one more chilling than the last, cryptic pronouncements interwoven with unsettling details about their lives, details that only someone close to them could know. They mentioned specific quirks about their personalities, their habits, their fears, and their daily activities. The messages even included specific details about the park itself, details that were far too specific to be coincidental. This confirmed their deepest fears. This was not just some random online troll, but a frighteningly informed entity. The fear spread through the room, suffocating them with anxiety. The anonymous user seemed to be toying with them, leading them on a terrifying game of cat and mouse. Each message provided a piece of a larger puzzle, a fragmented narrative hinting at a sinister connection between their virtual world and the tangible horror unfolding around them. This knowledge served to increase the tension, turning the seemingly harmless online world into a battleground for survival. Their initial attempt at creating a viral sensation had backfired spectacularly. They'd inadvertently invited something malevolent into their lives, something that was using their own technology against them, leveraging the internet's dark corners to torment and terrorize them. They were living a digital horror story, and the audience, both real and virtual, were watching with morbid fascination. Their online experiment was no longer just about views and followers, it had become a desperate fight for their lives. The anonymous users started to interact with their live stream chat, manipulating the viewers into becoming unwitting participants in their torment. They planted suggestions, seeding fear and paranoia among the audience. The comments section devolved into chaos, a maelstrom of speculation, accusations, and genuine terror. Familiar faces, friends, and followers among their usual community were all contributing to the growing paranoia. The line between observer and participant became increasingly blurred as the viewers themselves began to influence the unfolding narrative. The anonymous user even managed to incorporate real-time details from the park into their messages, seemingly able to directly observe their actions from a distance, twisting and misinterpreting their fears and reactions into sinister prophecies. The subtle details in the messages felt like a direct intrusion into their privacy and thoughts. They felt exposed, vulnerable, and hunted by an invisible force, one that was manipulating their reality through the digital lens of their computer screen. The pressure mounted. The messages became increasingly personal and threatening, weaving together fragments of their pasts, their insecurities, and their deepest fears into a terrifying tapestry of psychological manipulation. They were being stripped bare, their identities dissected and twisted into weapons against them. The anonymous user was clearly aware of their real-life locations, their daily routines, and their most intimate secrets. This awareness fueled a new wave of terror, turning their homes, once safe spaces, into potential hunting grounds. Their sense of security eroded with every cryptic message. The internet, once a tool for connection and entertainment, had transformed into an instrument of psychological torture. Their small community, once a source of support and encouragement, had now become a breeding ground for anxiety and suspicion. They couldn't trust anyone. Every comment, every like, every notification felt like a potential threat, an extension of the anonymous user's malevolent influence. The lines between their digital and physical worlds were collapsing, the fear spreading rapidly from the screen to every aspect of their lives. The game had become far too real. Hours melted into a nightmarish blur of cryptic messages, escalating threats, and desperate attempts to understand the nature of their tormentor. The anonymous user's power seemed limitless. They effortlessly manipulated their live stream, controlled the narrative, and predicted their actions with terrifying accuracy. They were not just playing a game, they were participating in a horrifyingly realistic digital performance of psychological torment, a live spectacle fueled by their fear and watched by a growing audience. The lines of reality itself were bending and twisting under the power of this unseen entity. The constant stream of messages, each designed to sow discord and uncertainty, intensified their paranoia, driving wedges between them, amplifying their individual fears, and eroding their collective strength. Their attempts to find patterns, to decipher the user's motives, only deepened their confusion and fear. The messages were a blend of dark prophecies, disturbing imagery, and unsettling details about their lives that were far too specific to be mere coincidence. They couldn't shake the feeling that the anonymous user wasn't just observing them, they were guiding them, orchestrating their downfall. Their initial enthusiasm had long since evaporated, replaced by a gnawing dread and the chilling realization that they had become pawns in a sinister game, their digital identities exposed and manipulated by a force far more powerful than they could have imagined. They were no longer content creators, they were victims, trapped in a horrifying dance between the digital and physical worlds, the very lines between the two now indistinct and terrifyingly intertwined. Their lives were now a desperate, horrific struggle against an unseen adversary, a constant game of cat and mouse, played out under the chilling gaze of their virtual audience. And the game, it seemed, was far from over. The stakes had been raised, and their survival was no longer a certainty, but rather a harrowing fight for survival against an entity that existed both within and beyond the digital realm. The internet, once a source of connection and creative expression, had turned into a hunting ground, and they were now the prey. The very technology they'd used to create their horror had become their most terrifying nightmare. The flickering webcam feed showed Maya's frantic face, sweat beading on her forehead, her eyes wide with terror. The basement, their makeshift studio, was a chaos of discarded energy drinks, tangled wires, and the unsettling glow of multiple screens. Chloe was huddled in a corner, whimpering, clutching a worn copy of a Slenderman creepypasta anthology. Finn, usually the level-headed one, was pacing like a caged animal, his phone displaying a stream of increasingly alarming messages. The anonymous user, who they now referred to only as the Watcher, continued to taunt them, seamlessly blending the digital and physical realms. A message appeared on screen, accompanied by a grainy photograph, a distorted image of their own street, taken from a distance, showing Chloe's car parked outside her house. Home sweet home, the message taunted. But are you really safe? The next message arrived almost instantly, this time a video clip. It showed a figure, obscured by shadows, moving stealthily down their street, pausing momentarily outside Chloe's house before disappearing around the corner. The video quality was poor, but the chilling silhouette was unmistakable. It was the distorted, elongated figure of Slender Man. Or at least, the internet's interpretation of him. A scream ripped through the air. It wasn't from the live stream, but from the room next door. It was Chloe. Finn rushed to her side as Maya frantically tried to stabilize the webcam, her hands shaking. He was there, Chloe gasped, her face pale and drawn, standing at the window. Tall, thin, just like the picture. Finn's phone buzzed with another message from the watcher. Interesting development, it read. Your fear is my fuel. The messages now escalated to real-time manipulations. As Maya tried to describe the events in their basement, the watcher seemingly responded by causing lights to flicker and creating jarring, inexplicable noises in the background of the live stream. Each action mirrored the real-time events in their lives, creating a disturbing, seamless blend between the virtual world and their physical reality. The sense of dread intensified. Their initial playful exploration into the Slender Man mythos had morphed into a terrifyingly real-life experience. The internet, once their playground, was now their hunting ground, a digital space where the boundaries between reality and illusion were ruthlessly dissolving. The watchers seemed to possess an omniscient ability, weaving together their online interactions with their physical environment in a way that was both horrifying and deeply unsettling. Their viewers became increasingly anxious and engaged, participating in the stream with a mixture of fascination and genuine fear. The comments section was a cacophony of speculation, some suggesting the whole thing was a brilliant hoax, others convinced they were witnessing something genuinely supernatural. This involvement only fueled the watchers' power, intensifying the disturbing interaction between their digital and physical worlds. Maya and Finn attempted to rationalize the events, suggesting the possibility of a highly sophisticated hacking operation or an elaborate prank. But Chloe's unwavering belief, supported by the increasingly disturbing synchronicity of events, began to sway them. They found themselves questioning the very nature of reality, constantly scanning their surroundings, jumping at every shadow and sound. The line between reality and the terrifying simulations created by the Watcher were becoming increasingly blurred. The Watcher's power continued to extend beyond digital manipulation. Finn experienced strange glitches in his phone, receiving calls from numbers he didn't recognize, only to be met with silence on the other end. Strange symbols, similar to those seen in Slender Man-related imagery, started appearing scrawled on the walls of the basement. Maya found her computer files corrupted, replaced by cryptic messages and unsettling imagery. The feeling of being watched, of being under constant surveillance, was overwhelming. Their efforts to locate the Watcher's identity proved fruitless. They were experts in the digital world, navigating the dark corners of the internet, but the trail they were trying to follow seemed to vanish into thin air. Their investigation only revealed how utterly powerless they were against this invisible entity. Each investigation deepened their terror, exposing the sheer depth and scope of the Watcher's control. Even their sleep offered no respite. They were plagued by vivid nightmares, filled with distorted figures and unsettling sounds, blurring the lines between dream and reality. The fear seeped into their waking moments, manifesting in a growing paranoia and mistrust, not only of each other, but also of the outside world. They were living in a perpetual state of dread, their once secure reality destabilized and warped by the chilling manipulations of the Watcher. The live stream continued, a horrifying performance of escalating dread. The Watcher played with them, subtly guiding their actions, manipulating their emotions, and using their own fears against them. Each message was a cruel twist of the knife, a psychological probe designed to break their resolve, turning their collective fear and anxieties into a terrifying feedback loop. They tried to fight back, attempting to decipher the Watcher's motives, to find a weakness, to regain control of their lives. They analyzed the messages, searching for clues, for patterns, for any hint of a tangible identity. But the more they dug, the deeper they plunged into the abyss of their own fear and desperation. Their physical and mental health suffered. The constant pressure, the endless stream of disturbing messages, the relentless feeling of being observed, eroded their resolve. They were exhausted, their nerves frayed, their minds struggling to differentiate between reality and the terrifying simulation created by the Watcher. One message from the Watcher contained a digital map, a seemingly innocuous image of a local park. But when they zoomed in, it revealed a disturbing detail, a small, red X marking a specific location within the park. The fear escalated as they realized it was the exact location where they filmed their initial Slenderman-themed video. The Watcher was using their past against them. Their initial attempt to create a viral sensation was being used as a tool for their torment. They had created a digital gateway through which a malevolent entity had infiltrated their lives, bending their reality and twisting it to their own sinister purposes. The internet, once a source of creative expression and connection, had become their most terrifying nightmare. And their once playful venture into the world of urban legends had transformed into a desperate fight for their lives. The final message appeared on screen, simple yet chilling: the game is not over. The webcam feed went black. The blackness of the webcam feed hung heavy, a void mirroring the emptiness that had settled in their hearts. Silence, an unnerving absence after the relentless barrage of digital terror, pressed down on Maya, Finn, and Chloe. They sat huddled together in the basement, the remnants of their live stream scattered around them like fallen debris from a digital battle they had lost. The air was thick with unspoken fear, the silence punctuated only by the erratic thrumming of their computers and the occasional nervous cough. Chloe, still shaken from her encounter with the shadowy figure at her window, clutched a steaming mug of tea, her eyes darting nervously towards the darkness beyond the basement windows. The image of the slender, elongated figure lingered in her mind, a persistent glitch in the reality she had once taken for granted. It had been more than just a visual, she could almost feel its chilling presence, a cold whisper against her skin, a sense of being watched, of being hunted. Finn, his face etched with exhaustion, ran a hand through his messy hair. The glitches in his phone had ceased, but the unsettling feeling of unseen surveillance persisted, a digital shadow clinging to him even now. The cryptic symbols scrawled on the basement walls felt like a permanent stain on their reality. He had spent the last few hours trying to trace the origin of the symbols, searching through obscure online forums dedicated to Slenderman lore, but the trail always seemed to lead to dead ends. The internet, once a source of comfort and connection, now felt like a labyrinth of digital shadows and hidden threats. Maya, ever the pragmatist, attempted to rationalize their experience. She spoke quietly, her voice barely a whisper, struggling to counter the growing dread that had begun to consume them. It was a sophisticated hack, she insisted, a highly skilled individual using advanced technology to manipulate the live stream, to create a compelling illusion. She tried to recall the technical details, the complexities of the digital manipulations, trying to find some rational explanation, some logical thread that could pull them out of the ever-deepening abyss of their fear. But even her logical mind was starting to falter. The level of control, the uncanny synchronicity between the digital and physical worlds, defied explanation. The Watcher hadn't just manipulated their technology, they'd manipulated their perceptions, subtly weaving a tapestry of fear that had begun to warp their reality. The line between their digital interactions and their physical experience had become so blurred that they struggled to identify what was real and what was the product of elaborate manipulation. A low hum emanated from Maya's laptop, a soft, almost imperceptible vibration that gradually increased in intensity. The screen flickered, then died, plunging the basement into a deeper darkness. Panic clawed at Chloe's throat, a primal fear that transcended logic and reason. Finn fumbled for his phone, desperately trying to find a signal, but the screen remained stubbornly dark. The basement seemed to shift around them, the familiar space becoming distorted, as if the very structure were bending and warping. Shadows danced in their peripheral vision, transforming into distorted figures, echoing the grotesque imagery of Slenderman that had plagued their nightmares. The air grew heavy, cold, carrying an unfamiliar scent, a metallic tang that caused a shiver to run down Chloe's spine. Then, a faint light began to emerge from the laptop screen, a pulsing, ethereal glow. The screen slowly began to display images, not of their previous live stream, but of something else entirely. The images were fragmented, surreal, showing glimpses of a parallel world, a distorted reflection of their own reality. They saw their house, but it was twisted, warped, its familiar structure contorted and unnatural. The street outside was shrouded in an unnatural mist, the trees skeletal and twisted, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. The images shifted, showing glimpses of other locations, other realities. They saw distorted versions of themselves, spectral figures moving through the warped landscapes, their faces etched with unspeakable terror. The images were interspersed with cryptic symbols, similar to those that appeared on the basement walls, creating a sense of disorientation and growing dread. It was a disturbing tapestry of reality, illusion, and the terrifying unknown, a glimpse into a digital underworld that they had unknowingly opened. The images grew increasingly disturbing. They saw flickering visions of tormented souls, trapped within these digital landscapes, their screams echoing in the silence of the basement. The digital manipulation had crossed the threshold from mere technological trickery to something far more sinister. They had opened a gate, a digital portal to a realm of unspeakable horror. The images on the screen began to take on a life of their own, moving beyond their control. It was as if the laptop itself had become a conduit, a window into a living nightmare. The images intensified, showcasing scenes of unimaginable brutality, of distorted realities and unimaginable suffering. The visual assault was intense, a barrage of surreal horrors that pushed the boundaries of their mental resilience. Finn grabbed Chloe's hand, pulling her close for comfort and protection. Maya fought back tears, her composure cracking under the weight of the terrifying visions. Their attempts at rationalizing the events crumbled under the weight of this digital onslaught. Their digital haunting had transformed into something far more profound, a digital invasion of their reality. The digital haunting didn't just exploit their fear, it amplified it, bending their anxieties into a nightmarish feedback loop. Each image fed their fear, increasing their vulnerability to further manipulation. The unseen entity, the Watcher, was not merely toying with them, it seemed to feed on their terror. The more afraid they became, the stronger the haunting became. Their sanity was frayed, their perception of reality warped. Were they watching a supremely sophisticated technological hoax? Or was this something far beyond their comprehension, something that transcended technology, a digital manifestation of ancient, unknowable evils? The line between the real and the unreal blurred beyond recognition. The digital realm had invaded their lives, creating a horrifying mirror image of their deepest fears. Suddenly, the laptop screen went dark again, plunging them back into the suffocating silence of the basement. The images vanished, leaving only the lingering terror etched into their minds. The sense of being watched remained, an unseen presence that hung heavy in the air. They were alone again, but the experience had left an indelible mark, a chilling reminder that the digital world was far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. Their exploration into the Slender Man mythos hadn't simply ended, it had transformed them, changed their perception of reality, and left them questioning what was real and what was merely a horrific illusion. The game, as the Watcher had ominously stated, was far from over. The haunting would continue. The silence that followed the sudden blackout was even more terrifying than the barrage of horrific images. It wasn't the comfortable quiet of a peaceful night, it was the suffocating silence of a tomb, thick with unspoken dread. The lingering scent of ozone hung in the air, a metallic tang that clung to the back of their throats, a phantom taste of digital fear. Maya, Finn, and Chloe remained frozen, huddled together, their breath fogging slightly in the chill basement air. Maya was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling slightly as she whispered, What was that?" Her eyes darted around the room, searching for a rational explanation, a logical escape from the nightmarish reality they had just experienced. But there was nothing. Only the oppressive darkness and the lingering sense of dread. Finn, still clutching Chloe's hand, shook his head, his face pale and drawn. "It wasn't a hack," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was something else. Something real." He swallowed hard, trying to push back the rising tide of fear that threatened to overwhelm him. The rationalizations he had clung to earlier had crumbled, replaced by a primal terror that transcended logic. Chloe, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, pointed towards the laptop. The symbols, they were the same as on the walls. She shivered, her voice catching in her throat. The symbols, once dismissed as graffiti, now seemed to be a sinister code, a key to unlocking a terrifying truth. The truth, they were beginning to realize, was far more unsettling than any internet legend could ever prepare them for. The Slender Man wasn't just a creepypasta, a chilling tale shared on message boards and social media. He was something more. He was a presence, a force that had somehow breached the digital barrier and infiltrated their reality. They had stumbled upon a horrific convergence of technology and ancient myth, a digital doorway into a realm of unimaginable horror. The internet, once a source of connection and information, had become a conduit, a portal to a nightmarish world. And they, through their innocent fascination with the Slender Man legend and their ill-fated live stream, had inadvertently opened the door. The weight of their realization settled upon them like a physical burden. The fear wasn't just a product of the terrifying images they had witnessed, it was something deeper, more visceral. It was the chilling realization that their reality was no longer secure, that the digital world had bled into their physical existence, and that they were now trapped in a terrifying game with a malevolent and powerful entity. They spent the next few hours sifting through the fragments of information they possessed, desperately searching for clues, for any explanation that could pull them back from the precipice of madness. They examined the symbols again, painstakingly comparing them to ancient runes, forgotten languages, and obscure occult symbolism found in forgotten corners of the internet. Their research led them down a rabbit hole of disturbing lore, uncovering disturbing accounts of ritualistic practices, digital sacrifices, and the terrifying power of the Slender Man. The internet, once their ally in the search for answers, had become a treacherous labyrinth, guiding them deeper into the heart of their nightmare. Each website, each forum, each cryptic message seemed to feed their fear, leading them closer to the terrifying truth that the Slender Man's realm was not confined to the digital world. He was everywhere. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in pale hues of gray and orange, the three friends began to form a plan. They realized that their cameras, the very tools that had initially drawn them into the Slender Man's web, were also their conduits to his world. Disconnecting from the digital realm was their only hope of survival, their only chance of escaping the clutches of this terrifying entity. The task, however, was far from easy. The Slender Man had infiltrated their technology, subtly manipulating their devices, their software, their very perceptions. They found that their phones and computers were acting strangely, behaving in ways that defied explanation. The cursor on Maya's laptop moved on its own, scrolling through seemingly random websites, displaying cryptic messages, and echoing the haunting symbols that decorated their basement walls. Finn's phone constantly showed distorted images of the Slender Man and would even play distorted recordings of disembodied whispers and chilling laughter. Chloe's laptop was the most affected. Every time they attempted to shut it down, a strange, low hum would fill the room, and the screen would flicker back to life, displaying more terrifying images of their warped reality. These weren't glitches, they were deliberate actions, subtle manipulations by an entity that seemed to anticipate their every move. It was a chilling game of cat and mouse where the stakes were their sanity, and potentially their lives. The struggle to disconnect from the digital world was a harrowing ordeal, a physical and psychological battle against an unseen enemy. They unplugged their devices, shielded their computers with foil, and attempted to isolate their electronic devices to prevent any external signal from reaching them. However, each attempt only seemed to fuel the Slender Man's wrath. The house seemed to become a living nightmare, where the walls pulsed with an unnatural energy, the shadows danced with malevolent intent, and the very air thrummed with a sense of impending doom. The struggle was not just a technological battle, it was a psychological one as well. The constant barrage of terror had begun to erode their mental stability, pushing them toward the brink of despair. Paranoia and fear began to consume them, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. Each shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure, each creak of the house sounded like footsteps, and every whisper of wind felt like the breath of the Slender Man. As they finally managed to shut down all their devices, disconnecting from the digital world, a palpable shift occurred. The humming ceased. The chilling energy that filled the house seemed to dissipate. The shadows lost their malevolent intent, and the oppressive silence of the previous hours transformed into an eerie, unsettling calm. But the lingering fear remained, a cold hand gripping their hearts. They had escaped the immediate danger, but the experience had left an indelible scar, a reminder of the terrifying power of the digital world and the ancient evils it could unleash. The escape felt incomplete. Their journey wasn't over, and the haunting whispers of their digital adventure lingered. The symbols remained on their walls, a chilling reminder of their encounter with the Slender Man. The unsettling knowledge that the entity might somehow be able to breach the digital wall again haunted them, casting a dark shadow over their fragile sense of security. The victory felt like a temporary reprieve, a pause in a game that was far from over. The digital darkness held onto them, even after they had disconnected their screens and turned off their devices. The Slender Man's webcam, the portal to his world, may have been closed for now, but the fear remained, etched onto the fabric of their reality, forever changing the way they would perceive both the online and offline world. The game, they now knew, had only just begun. Story 3, The Jersey Devil's Drone. The drone hummed, a low, almost imperceptible thrum against the pre-dawn quiet of the Pine Barrens. Mark, bundled in layers against the biting November wind, watched the tiny, technologically advanced bird drone on his screen, its infrared camera painting the landscape in shades of gray and white. He was a wildlife photographer, chasing the elusive beauty of the New Jersey night, but tonight, he was hunting something far more sinister. Something whispered about in hushed tones around crackling campfires, something that lived only in shadow and legend, the Jersey Devil. He dismissed the tales as folklore, campfire stories designed to scare impressionable teenagers. But then the strange occurrences started. Missing livestock found mutilated in ways that suggested something far more savage than a coyote or even a pack of wild dogs. Whispers on local forums, blurry photos shared on obscure subreddits, all hinting at something lurking in the dense, dark woods. Mark, ever the skeptic, had initially dismissed these reports, chalking them up to sensationalism. But the frequency of the reports, the increasing desperation in the tone of the online posts, coupled with the unsettling mutilation of the livestock, had begun to pique his professional curiosity. He'd set up his most advanced drone, one equipped with thermal imaging, night vision, and a high-resolution camera capable of capturing even the faintest movement in the darkness. He was going to find out what was truly going on in those woods. The drone, a sleek, black marvel of engineering, drifted silently through the trees, its propellers barely audible above the rustling of leaves. Mark held his breath, his eyes glued to the screen, a palpable tension filling the air of his makeshift control station, the back of his battered Jeep. The screen displayed a mosaic of infrared readings, highlighting variations in heat signatures. Suddenly, a blip appeared, an anomaly in the otherwise static image. A large, irregular heat signature moving at an impossible speed. Mark zoomed in, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The image resolved, and a cold dread washed over him. The screen showed a creature of nightmare, a bipedal monstrosity with leathery wings, a horse-like head crowned with long, sharp horns, and a serpentine tail. It moved with an unnatural grace, a terrifying blend of reptilian agility and predatory cunning. The creature's eyes, glowing embers in the infrared light, fixated on the drone, as if sensing its presence, its gaze intensely piercing and unnervingly intelligent. Mark's fingers trembled as he attempted to control the drone, his mind reeling from the sheer impossible reality before him. This wasn't a hoax, this was real. He was witnessing something beyond the realm of known science, something that shattered his scientific understanding and pushed him into the chilling reality of ancient legends. This wasn't a hoax, this was far more sinister and far more real than anything he could have ever imagined. The creature, noticing the drone's movements, reacted with startling speed. It launched itself into the air, its leathery wings catching the wind with impossible efficiency, its silhouette a stark contrast against the inky blackness of the night sky. The drone, even with its superior technological advantage, struggled to keep up. The footage was shaky, jerky, but it captured the creature's terrifying speed and agility, far surpassing any known predator. Mark frantically recorded the footage, his hands slick with a mixture of adrenaline and pure, unadulterated fear. He watched, transfixed, as the creature weaved through the trees, its flight a terrifying ballet of darkness and death. For several minutes, the drone chased the Jersey Devil, capturing images that would redefine the understanding of the creature's capabilities and challenge even the most hardened skeptic. The footage abruptly ended as the drone lost signal. The screen went dark, plunging Mark into a suffocating silence. He sat there, paralyzed by shock and terror, the weight of his discovery pressing down on him like a physical burden. The next morning, Mark hesitantly uploaded the footage online. He'd spent the night wrestling with his conscience, battling the desire to keep this terrifying encounter hidden and the desperate need to share this irrefutable proof with the world. The clip quickly went viral, spreading across social media platforms at an alarming rate. News channels picked up the story, fueling a wave of speculation and disbelief. Some praised Mark as a brave adventurer, others dismissed him as a hoaxer, a creative soul seeking attention through fabricated fantasy. But the video was undeniable. The clarity, the detail, the impossible agility of the creature, it all pointed to something beyond human comprehension. Mark's video was more than just a viral sensation. It was a cultural phenomenon, a real-life horror story playing out on the internet's grand stage. The initial wave of disbelief soon gave way to a growing sense of fear. The video fueled a resurgence of Jersey Devil lore, with people sharing their own anecdotal experiences, their own terrifying encounters with the creature. Online forums erupted with discussions, theories, and increasingly panicked warnings. The hashtag Jersey Devil became a trending topic, a constant reminder of the monstrous entity lurking in the shadows. The small town near the Pine Barrens became a hotbed of activity, with paranormal investigators, cryptozoologists, and sensation-seeking tourists flocking to the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary beast. The once sleepy town was now a buzzing hive of fear and excitement, a battleground between reason and superstition. The line between reality and legend had blurred, and the world was holding its breath, unsure of what horrors the Jersey Devil might unleash next. The media circus surrounding Mark's discovery amplified the fear, creating a collective anxiety that spread like wildfire through social media. The constant updates, the speculative reports, the relentless cycle of news coverage only intensified the dread. People began to stay inside, the darkness outside seeming to amplify the terror. The Jersey Devil, once a local legend, had become a global phenomenon, a terrifying reminder of the unknown and the power of viral horror. Mark, despite his initial triumph, found himself increasingly isolated. The praise had given way to suspicion, and the fear had become a consuming presence in his life. He'd become a symbol, a living embodiment of the fear itself, a man haunted by the creature he'd inadvertently revealed to the world. He'd proven the existence of the Jersey Devil, but in doing so, he'd also unleashed a wave of terror he could never have anticipated. His success had become his curse, transforming him from a respected wildlife photographer into a prisoner of his own discovery, a captive in a terrifying reality show broadcast to a global audience. The internet, once a tool for sharing his work, had now become a vessel for spreading panic and paranoia. The comments section under his video was a cacophony of fear, speculation, and conspiracy theories. Some questioned the authenticity of his footage, others claimed it was government manipulation or evidence of a hidden military project. But deep down, Mark knew the truth. He had seen the Jersey Devil with his own eyes, and the chilling images he'd captured with his drone would forever be etched into his memories, forever serving as a chilling reminder of the night he witnessed the impossible. He had captured something real, something beyond human understanding. He had captured the very essence of fear itself. The footage remained online, a constant reminder of the terrifying reality, a testament to the existence of something truly frightening. Mark's discovery was a chilling exploration of the intersection between technological advancement and the ancient primal fears, a potent cocktail of dread in the digital age. The drone footage, now a viral phenomenon, had not only documented a terrifying creature, it had also documented the fear, the paranoia, and the chaos it unleashed upon the world. The Jersey Devil had been discovered, but the true horror had only just begun. The digital age had amplified the legend, transforming it from a regional tale into a global obsession, and the world now held its breath, captivated and terrified by the digital monster it had inadvertently created. The internet, a boundless ocean of information and misinformation, swallowed Mark's video whole. It spread with the speed and ferocity of a wildfire, fueled by the inherent human fascination with the unknown and amplified by the relentless algorithms of social media. Within hours, the hashtag Jersey Devil was trending globally, eclipsing even the most sensational celebrity gossip and political squabbles. The video itself, initially met with a mixture of skepticism and awe, quickly became undeniable evidence. The clarity of the infrared footage, the creature's impossible speed and agility, the glowing embers of its eyes, these were details that couldn't be easily dismissed as a hoax. Even the most staunch skeptics found themselves grappling with the unsettling reality presented on screen. The video wasn't just terrifying, it was mesmerizing, a digital siren song luring viewers into the depths of a primal fear. The initial wave of viral sharing was followed by an avalanche of commentary. Experts and amateurs alike weighed in, offering their interpretations, theories, and wildly speculative explanations. Cryptozoologists, long dismissed as fringe scientists, found themselves thrust into the mainstream, their analyses of the footage generating intense debate and further speculation. Their pronouncements, peppered with scientific jargon and tantalizing hints of hidden truths, only served to heighten the sense of mystery and unease. Conspiracy theorists, ever eager to find a hidden hand in every extraordinary event, seized upon the video as confirmation of their long-held beliefs. Government cover-ups, military experiments gone wrong, alien interference, every outlandish theory found fertile ground in the fertile soil of online discourse. Their claims, often interwoven with pseudo-scientific mumbo-jumbo and cryptic allusions, added another layer of intrigue to the already unsettling narrative. But it wasn't just the experts and armchair analysts who engaged with Mark's footage. The video sparked a surge of personal anecdotes, a chorus of whispered testimonies from individuals who claimed to have witnessed the Jersey Devil firsthand. These stories, passed down through generations, were now given new credence by the undeniable evidence of Mark's recording. Suddenly, the Jersey Devil wasn't just a childhood nightmare or a campfire tale, it was a tangible threat, lurking in the shadows of the Pine Barrens and possibly far beyond. One particularly chilling account came from an elderly woman named Agnes, who lived near the edge of the woods. She recounted a story of her grandfather, a seasoned lumberjack, who vanished without a trace during a particularly stormy night decades ago. Her grandfather had always scoffed at the Jersey Devil stories, until the night he disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of broken branches and a single, unsettlingly large footprint. Agnes's story, shared on a local news forum, was eerily similar to others emerging from the shadows of the internet, tales that had previously been relegated to whispered conversations and hushed anxieties. Her testimony, raw and filled with genuine fear, carried a weight that no fabricated story ever could. Another account, posted anonymously on a dark web forum known for its occult discussions, described a terrifying encounter with the creature near a secluded swamp. The anonymous poster described the creature's piercing gaze, its unnatural speed, and the unbearable chill that seemed to emanate from its very presence. The poster claimed the Jersey Devil possessed an almost supernatural awareness, as if it could sense the fear of its victims and prey on it. This particular post, replete with cryptic symbols and unsettling descriptions, further fueled the growing sense of panic and fear. As the days turned into weeks, Mark's video became a cultural touchstone, a modern-day urban legend that transcended geographical boundaries. The once isolated Pine Barrens were suddenly flooded with visitors, paranormal investigators, cryptozoologists, sensation-seeking tourists, and even a film crew eager to capitalize on the newfound fame of the Jersey Devil. The sleepy town, once a quiet refuge from the world, transformed into a bustling hub of activity, its streets echoing with the whispers of fear and excitement. The local authorities, initially baffled by the sudden influx of visitors, found themselves struggling to manage the chaos. The increased traffic, the strained resources, and the constant media attention created an environment of heightened anxiety and apprehension. The once familiar streets became unfamiliar, a landscape transformed by the shadow of the Jersey Devil and the intense media scrutiny that followed. Mark himself, initially celebrated as a courageous adventurer, became a recluse, overwhelmed by the notoriety he'd inadvertently gained. His phone rang incessantly, his inbox overflowing with messages ranging from praise and admiration to threats and accusations. The internet, once a tool for sharing his passion, became a weapon of both celebration and condemnation. He was lauded as a hero by some and vilified as a liar by others, a digital prisoner of his own creation. The constant news coverage, the 24/7 news cycle, added to the growing sense of global panic. The Jersey Devil, once a local legend, was now a global obsession, a terrifying boogeyman for the digital age. News channels replayed Mark's video ad nauseum, dissecting every frame, analyzing every detail, and generating an endless stream of speculation and fear-mongering. The initial wave of disbelief gave way to an increasing acceptance of the paranormal, a recognition that the boundaries between reality and fiction were blurred, and perhaps even meaningless, in the face of the unknown. The Jersey Devil had become more than just a creature. It was a symbol of the anxieties and uncertainties of modern life, a reflection of the primal fears that technology could not erase and might even amplify. The viral sensation wasn't just about a creature in the Pine Barrens. It was about the fear itself, the collective anxiety it unleashed, and the way that fear spread and intensified in our interconnected world. And Mark, the man who had captured it all on film, was left to grapple with the monstrous consequences of his discovery. The video, a testament to the power of the internet to spread both truth and terror, continued to play, a chilling reminder that some things are best left undisturbed in the shadows, particularly when they have wings, horns, and a global audience. The air hung heavy and damp, a thick, suffocating blanket woven from the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. Mark, armed with a high-powered flashlight and a renewed sense of purpose, fueled by equal parts adrenaline and terror, pushed deeper into the heart of the Pine Barrens. The woods, once a familiar landscape from his childhood camping trips, now felt alien and menacing, each shadow a potential hiding place for the Jersey Devil. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig under his boots, a sound that echoed unnervingly in the vast expanse of the forest. He consulted the tattered map he'd found in the local historical society, a hand-drawn rendering of the Pine Barrens, annotated with cryptic symbols and whispered warnings from a bygone era. The map spoke of hidden swamps, treacherous bogs, and abandoned settlements swallowed by the relentless growth of the forest, each location a potential lair for the creature. He focused on one particular area, a dark, seemingly bottomless swamp marked with a skull and crossbones, a chilling testament to the dangers that lurked within. The path, or what was left of it, was barely discernible, choked by overgrown vegetation and fallen trees. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy overhead, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The trees themselves seemed to lean in, their gnarled branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp him. He felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a feeling of being watched, observed by unseen eyes. He passed several abandoned shacks, their decaying wood gnawed by time and weather, their windows like empty sockets staring out into the wilderness. Each shack whispered its own story of forgotten lives and vanished hopes, tales that added another layer to the already chilling atmosphere. One shack, in particular, stood out. Its door was ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior where dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the cracks in the walls. He hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest, before cautiously stepping inside. The air inside was thick with the stench of decay and mildew. A single chair sat slumped against the wall, its fabric rotted and torn. On the floor, scattered amidst the debris, were several faded photographs, portraits of a family, their faces blurred by time and neglect, their smiles frozen in a haunting memorial to lives lived and lost. He found a tattered diary, its pages brittle with age. The faded ink told the story of a family struggling to survive in the harsh environment of the Pine Barrens, their lives plagued by an ever-present sense of fear, a fear that seemed to emanate from the very woods themselves. The last entry, penned in a shaky hand, spoke of a terrifying encounter, a sighting of the creature that forced the family to flee their home, never to return. As darkness descended, the woods transformed into a realm of shadows and whispers. The sounds of the forest amplified, the rustling of leaves, the hooting of owls, the creaking of branches, each sound a potential harbinger of terror. Mark found himself relying more on his instincts than his reason, his senses heightened, every nerve ending on high alert. He moved slowly, cautiously, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, revealing glimpses of the grotesque beauty of the night. He stumbled upon a clearing, where a massive bonfire had been recently extinguished. The ground around the fire pit was littered with strange symbols, crudely carved into the earth. These weren't the simple markings of campers. These symbols, he recognized from his research, were associated with ancient pagan rituals, a chilling testament to the deep-seated superstitions and fears that clung to the Pine Barrens. He also found what looked like drone parts scattered around the fire. The metal was twisted and burnt, as though it had been exposed to intense heat. Could the Jersey Devil have used a drone to spy on people or as some kind of hunting tool? The next morning, he woke up to find his camera was missing from his backpack. He had stored the drone footage on his camera, too. Panic surged through him. He spent the better part of the day retracing his steps, his heart pounding with each rustling bush and shadow. The feeling that he was not alone was inescapable, and a low hum resonated from deep within the pine forest. He was convinced that he was being followed, watched by something unseen, something with malevolent intelligence. As days bled into nights, Mark continued his investigation, the environment itself becoming a chilling character in his unfolding story. He unearthed local legends, tales passed down through generations, of people vanishing without a trace, of unexplained phenomena, and of a creature that haunted the shadows. These stories, whispered in hushed tones by the locals, were as terrifying as the evidence he was collecting. He interviewed elderly residents who had lived their entire lives in the shadow of the Jersey Devil, their eyes filled with a deep-seated fear that went beyond simple superstition. Their tales painted a chilling picture of a creature that transcended the realm of myth, a creature that had a deep connection with the Pine Barrens itself. He learned of a hidden community, a small, isolated group of people who lived in harmony with the forest, practicing ancient traditions and rituals, and seemingly possessing a deep understanding of the creature. They spoke of a symbiotic relationship between the Jersey Devil and the land, a balance that had been disrupted by the intrusion of the outside world and the ever-increasing technological advancement. They regarded Mark's technology, especially the drone footage, as a transgression, a violation of the ancient pact between the creature and the people who lived in accordance with the land. He discovered ancient artifacts, strange carvings on rocks, cryptic symbols etched into trees, and remnants of forgotten rituals. These artifacts hinted at a history that was far older and more complex than he could have imagined, a history that implicated the Jersey Devil in a tapestry of myths, legends, and forgotten religious practices. The Pine Barrens themselves seemed to be alive, pulsating with an unseen energy. The deeper he penetrated into its heart, the more he felt the weight of its history, the burden of its secrets. He realized that the Jersey Devil wasn't just a creature, it was an embodiment of the land itself, a manifestation of the ancient anxieties and fears that lived within the heart of the wilderness. The creature was the Pine Barrens' protector, its guardian, and in disturbing its domain, Mark had unleashed something far more dangerous and powerful than he could ever have anticipated. The closer he got to understanding the creature, the more he understood that this was not just about capturing evidence. This was about a deep, primordial connection with the land, a connection that extended far beyond the digital realm into the realm of ancient folklore and forgotten faiths. The final piece of the puzzle might not be another piece of visual evidence or another witness account, but a deeper, more spiritual understanding of the Pine Barrens and the creature that called it home. The adventure continued, pushing the boundaries between reality and fiction, and the line between human interference and ancient mysteries blurred further. The drone footage, or what little remained of it, was a fragmented nightmare. Glitches, static bursts, and distorted images replaced the clear shots he'd hoped for. The recovered fragments showed glimpses of the creature, a fleeting image of leathery wings, a flash of reptilian eyes, a glimpse of its clawed feet, but mostly, it was a chaotic mess of digital noise. Yet, within that chaos, something unsettling emerged. There were patterns in the static, subtle shifts in the frequency of the glitches, almost like a coded message. Mark, despite his initial disbelief, suspected the Jersey Devil wasn't just interacting with technology, it was manipulating it, twisting it to its own nefarious purposes. The drone wasn't simply malfunctioning, it was being controlled, its signal hijacked, its feed deliberately corrupted. The creature's sophisticated use of technology defied logic and pushed the boundaries of what he thought was possible. It wasn't just breaking things, it was using them against him, using them to hunt. This was no simple animalistic creature, this was something far more intelligent, something deeply intertwined with the digital world, something that had learned to weaponize the very tools created by humanity to understand and dominate nature. The realization sent a fresh wave of unease through him. He recalled the locals' tales, their whispers of strange occurrences, of electronic devices failing inexplicably near the swamp. These weren't just coincidences, they were symptoms of a larger, more terrifying pattern. The creature wasn't just a legend lurking in the shadows, it was a technological threat, a digital predator. His investigation shifted its focus. He started searching for patterns, instances where technology malfunctioned in proximity to reported Jersey Devil sightings. He scoured online forums, local news archives, even social media posts. He was looking for any hint of a connection, any pattern that might unravel the creature's strategy. The answers, he suspected, lay within the digital realm itself, hidden within the vast sea of data generated by our increasingly connected world. He discovered several seemingly unrelated incidents, a hiker's GPS device failing near the swamp, a series of unexplained power outages in the area, the sudden death of multiple trail cameras, all near places where the Jersey Devil's presence was historically documented or rumored. There was an alarming trend that emerged: the outages, the malfunctioning equipment, they all seemed to occur after a period of unusual activity on social media platforms, particularly apps that used location tracking. He started to suspect the creature was actively monitoring social media feeds for potential victims. This wasn't a random, chaotic creature, it was a creature of calculated malice, using technology to both hunt and evade. It had learned to exploit the digital world, to leverage our technology against us. It used the internet as a hunting ground, a vast network of unsuspecting prey. It used location data, social media trends, and the very devices we use to document its existence as tools to manipulate and control its victims. It was an evolution of the legend, a terrifying adaptation to the modern age. The more he delved into the digital aspect of this investigation, the more disturbing the pattern became. He found evidence of manipulated social media posts, accounts that appeared to be designed to lure people into the Pine Barrens. The posts used imagery of the creature, or subtle references to it, to bait unsuspecting victims. They exploited common social media trends, creating a sense of mystery, excitement, and the promise of a unique experience, a digital trail leading directly to the creature's hunting ground. The Jersey Devil, it seemed, was a master of social engineering, understanding the digital anxieties of the modern age, using those anxieties to its advantage. It exploited the human desire for adventure, for validation, for online recognition. It was feeding off of our desire to document and share experiences, using our own technology against us. Mark discovered a disturbing trend, a series of seemingly innocuous TikTok challenges centered around the Pine Barrens. These challenges, often involving daredevils and thrill-seekers, appeared seemingly random, yet they all followed similar patterns, leading unwitting participants deeper and deeper into the creature's territory. The comments sections of these videos were filled with disturbing suggestions and cryptic hints, seemingly written by other users, but now Mark suspected they were created by the Jersey Devil, leading its prey further into its clutches. He found evidence of the creature using hacked smart devices, phones, watches, even drones, to track potential victims. It seemed to have developed an unsettling ability to penetrate security systems, to hijack data streams, to manipulate technology in ways that defied scientific understanding. The sheer sophistication of the creature's technological prowess was frightening, suggesting an intelligence far beyond any creature known to man. The creature wasn't simply using technology, it was adapting to it, evolving with it, becoming intrinsically tied to the digital world. He analyzed the pattern of drone activity from different areas where the sightings occurred. It was a calculated hunting strategy, using drones not only for surveillance but also to create diversionary tactics and to spread disinformation. using hacked news sources and social media to mislead authorities and potential witnesses. Its attacks weren't random, they were meticulously planned and executed, utilizing the technology designed for human connection for its own malicious purposes. He found evidence of a sophisticated network of interconnected devices, all seemingly working in concert to control its victims. The scale of it was mind-boggling, a vast, invisible web woven from our own technology, all orchestrated by a creature of myth and legend. This wasn't just a monster in the woods, it was a technologically advanced entity, using our modern world against us. He realized that this was not merely a horror story, it was a terrifying new chapter in the ongoing battle between humanity and the unknown, a chapter where the digital world became a hunting ground for a creature that had mastered its tools. The Jersey Devil had not just adapted to the modern age, it had conquered it, using its understanding of the digital sphere to orchestrate its reign of terror, turning the technology that had connected the world into a sophisticated network for its own sinister purposes. The creature was no longer a simple urban legend, but a terrifying technological threat, a silent predator that stalked the digital shadows, waiting for its next victim to fall prey to its dark game. The line between reality and the digital world had blurred, and the terror was all the more real for it. This was a new kind of monster, a creature born not of folklore but of a horrifying symbiosis between ancient myth and modern technology, and its dominion was absolute. The next step wasn't to find the creature, but to find a way to shut down its digital network, to sever its connection to the technology it had mastered, before it was too late. The weight of the situation pressed down on Mark, heavier than the humid Pine Barrens air. He wasn't just chasing a legend, he was confronting a technological nightmare. The Jersey Devil wasn't merely lurking in the shadows of the swamp, it was actively manipulating the digital world, using the very tools designed to connect humanity to ensnare and terrorize. The fear wasn't confined to the whispers in the backwoods, it was amplified, distorted, and weaponized across social media, turning a local legend into a viral phenomenon. He scrolled through countless posts, the unsettling imagery a constant reminder of the creature's chilling sophistication. There were manipulated photos, blurry images cleverly altered to create a sense of unsettling realism, exploiting the psychology of fear, the innate human tendency to fill in gaps and interpret ambiguous shapes as something monstrous. There were videos, short clips designed to tease and tantalize, leaving viewers craving more, fueling the hype, driving more people into the creature's hunting ground. The comments sections were equally disturbing, a mix of genuine fear, excited speculation, and carefully planted disinformation, all designed to mislead and confuse. He noticed a disturbing trend. Many of the manipulated posts and videos seemed to originate from accounts with very few followers, often using anonymous or fake profiles. Yet, these posts were gaining traction, getting picked up by larger accounts, spreading like wildfire through social media algorithms. It was as if the creature was intentionally seeding the narrative, using subtle manipulation to create a cloud of fear and misinformation, making it harder to discern fact from fiction. The Jersey Devil wasn't just hunting, it was orchestrating a carefully constructed media campaign, turning the digital world into a sophisticated hunting trap. Mark felt a rising sense of urgency. He had to act quickly, but how? He was up against a creature that understood the digital landscape better than he did, a creature that was leveraging social media algorithms and human psychology against him. He had to counter its strategy, to fight fire with fire, using the tools of the digital world to disrupt its operations and expose its terrifying manipulation. He contacted several cybersecurity experts, explaining his findings. They were initially skeptical, but as Mark presented his evidence, the manipulated posts, the hacked devices, the consistent pattern of technological malfunctions, their skepticism began to fade. They saw the disturbing pattern. The Jersey Devil wasn't just using technology, it was mastering it, understanding its vulnerabilities, and exploiting its potential for harm with a chilling level of precision. Together, they began to develop a counter-strategy. They developed a sophisticated algorithm to identify and flag manipulated content, to track the origins of false information, and to identify the digital footprints of the creature's activities. They worked with social media platforms to take down suspicious accounts and to warn users about potentially dangerous content. They started using counter-narratives, posting factual information to counter the misleading stories and videos, attempting to stem the tide of fear and misinformation. The battle became a tense, high-stakes digital war. They found themselves in a race against time, trying to disrupt the creature's carefully constructed web of deception before it claimed more victims. They discovered hidden channels of communication, encrypted networks used by the creature to coordinate its attacks. They managed to trace some of these networks to abandoned servers in remote locations, suggesting the creature might have a physical presence beyond the swamp. One of the cybersecurity experts noticed something unsettling. Many of the compromised devices were connected to a specific type of smart home technology, a relatively new brand that had only recently been released on the market. The technology utilized a unique type of low-energy Wi-Fi, less susceptible to jamming, making it harder to locate the compromised devices. They also realized the device's encryption was different, possibly pointing to a unique design to evade standard detection methods. This technology seemed tailor-made for the creature's needs. The discovery pointed towards a more sinister possibility. The Jersey Devil might have had a hand in the technology's design from the very beginning, possibly influencing its creation for its own manipulative purposes. Mark felt a shiver of dread. The creature wasn't just adapting to technology, it was anticipating its development, shaping it, and weaponizing it in ways that were terrifying to contemplate. The implications were staggering, shattering the boundaries of what he thought was possible. This wasn't simply a case of a mythical creature exploiting modern tools, it was evidence of something far more sinister, a symbiotic relationship between an ancient entity and advanced technology. The confrontation wasn't just a physical battle in the dark swamp, it was a digital war fought across countless screens, through networks, and hidden servers. The creature's mastery of technology was a horrifying reflection of humanity's own vulnerabilities. It was a stark reminder that the digital world, intended to connect us, could also be used to isolate, manipulate, and destroy. As Mark and his team worked tirelessly, they began to understand the creature's strategy more clearly. The Jersey Devil wasn't just spreading fear, it was using fear as a tool. It was exploiting the human desire for validation, the need to belong, the craving for attention in our social media-driven world. It was turning the digital space into a twisted game, playing on our anxieties, our desires, and our vulnerabilities to lure its victims. The final confrontation, however, was not a digital one. The team tracked the creature's network to a seemingly innocuous server farm in a remote part of the state. Investigating further, they found a hidden entrance leading down into a vast, interconnected cave system linked to the very swamp where the Jersey Devil was rumored to dwell. It was a fusion of the digital and physical, a terrifying intersection of myth and technology. This physical location, hidden beneath the surface of the earth, served as the central hub for the creature's operations. This was where they would have to confront the legend. The final confrontation was less a battle and more a desperate attempt to shut down the system, to sever the creature's digital link to the world. Mark, along with the cybersecurity experts, found themselves navigating treacherous underground tunnels, armed with their laptops and specialized equipment. The journey itself was fraught with peril, with the air thick with an ancient, unsettling energy. They successfully reached the heart of the operation, a vast chamber filled with servers humming with a malevolent energy. The fight was a frantic race against time as they disabled the servers, severing the creature's connection to the vast network it had painstakingly constructed. As they worked, they could feel the creature's presence, a chilling energy that pulsed through the chamber, threatening to overwhelm them. But they persisted, driven by a shared determination to end the creature's reign of terror. The moment the last server went offline, a collective silence descended. The oppressive energy that had filled the chamber receded. The digital nightmare was over. But the legend lingered, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability of our increasingly digital world and the ever-present threat lurking just beyond the screen. The Jersey Devil was defeated, but the anxieties it had tapped into, the fears it had amplified, remained. The legend itself would likely never truly disappear. It had become a terrifying testament to the fusion of myth and technology, a warning whispered in the digital ether, a cautionary tale for a world increasingly reliant on technology, a world that had unwittingly become the hunting ground of its own digital nightmares. The future of online safety would forever be altered by this clash of ancient myth and modern technology, forever reminding people that the most terrifying monsters often hide in plain sight. Story 4: The Mothman Prophecy. The chilling discovery of the Jersey Devil's digital dominion left Mark drained, but the adrenaline of the near miss fueled a frantic search for any remaining threads. His team, haunted by the lingering digital ghost of the creature, felt a sense of unease, a premonition that the fight was far from over. This feeling was solidified a week later when a fresh terror emerged, not in the swamps of New Jersey, but on the dark web. A programmer on Mark's team, a young woman named Anya with an almost supernatural ability to decipher code, stumbled upon it, a cryptic website, hidden deep within the labyrinthine layers of the dark web, shrouded in layers of encryption and anonymity software. It wasn't just hidden, it was actively camouflaged, designed to evade detection, a digital phantom mimicking the elusive nature of the legends it showcased. Anya found it almost accidentally, a stray link buried within a seemingly unrelated forum dedicated to obscure conspiracy theories. The website itself was visually unsettling. The design was stark, minimalist, almost clinical in its simplicity. A single, looping animation dominated the screen, a flickering image of a pair of red eyes, eerily reminiscent of the descriptions of the Mothman, those glowing orbs piercing the darkness of rural West Virginia. The eyes shifted and pulsed, almost as if observing, studying, the very act of looking itself producing a palpable unease. The background was a static-filled landscape of grainy black and white images, suggestive of old, damaged photographs. The overall effect was one of cold, unsettling dread. There was no text, at least not in the conventional sense. Instead, the website presented a sequence of seemingly random images, symbols, and numbers flashing across the screen at irregular intervals. Anya, initially dismissing it as a work of digital art or a particularly elaborate hoax, noticed a peculiar pattern. The images were not entirely random. Some were recognizable, obscure historical photographs, archaic maps, and snippets of news articles detailing seemingly unrelated events, a bizarre meteor shower in rural Ohio, a series of unexplained disappearances in Point Pleasant, and a series of unsettling radio transmissions. The numerical sequences, too, showed patterns that defied random chance. Anya downloaded the website's source code, a complex tapestry of algorithms and encrypted data. She spent days immersed in the code, deciphering its hidden layers, attempting to unravel the cryptic message it contained. It was a chilling puzzle box, intricately designed to challenge, to provoke, and to subtly manipulate the viewer. She discovered that the website interacted with the user in subtle ways. The images and numerical sequences shifted depending on the user's IP address, the time of day, and even the user's browsing history. It seemed to learn, to adapt, to anticipate. The website's intelligence was unnerving. It wasn't just pre-programmed, it was actively responding to the user's input, creating a sense of unsettling engagement. It felt less like a static website and more like a sentient entity, studying and learning from those who dared to access it. The more Anya delved into the code, the more disturbing the patterns became. She identified sequences that appeared to correspond to astrological events, geographical coordinates, and even certain historical dates associated with reported Mothman sightings. The images, too, revealed deeper, more unsettling clues. One particular image, a seemingly innocuous photo of a desolate field at twilight, contained a hidden message embedded within its metadata, a sequence of numbers that led Anya to a series of archived radio transmissions from the 1960s, recordings of strange, guttural noises that seemed to echo the descriptions of the creature's eerie calls. Another image, a close-up of a seemingly ordinary rock formation, held a digital watermark, almost invisible to the naked eye, revealing a complex mathematical equation that defied known physics. Anya shared her findings with Mark and the team. The discovery was shocking. They had faced the Jersey Devil, a creature that used technology as a weapon, but the Mothman website suggested something far more disturbing, a level of digital sophistication that exceeded their understanding. It hinted at a higher intelligence, capable of manipulating not only technology but also time, space, and possibly even reality itself. The website was more than just a repository of cryptic messages, it was a gateway, a digital portal of sorts, potentially leading to something far beyond human comprehension. Its very existence raised profound questions. Was the Mothman a myth, or was it something far more ancient, far more powerful, capable of interacting with the digital realm in ways previously unimaginable? Was it actively manipulating our reality, influencing events through coded messages hidden within technology? Or was it merely a window into a larger, incomprehensible reality, a digital mirror reflecting the hidden workings of a parallel universe? The team decided to take a more cautious approach this time. They couldn't simply shut down the website as they had with the Jersey Devils server farm. The implications were far too vast. They needed to understand its purpose, its capabilities, and its potential threat before taking any drastic action. They brought in experts in cryptography, astrophysics, and even quantum physics, attempting to unravel the mysteries embedded within the website's code. Weeks turned into months. Anya, fueled by a mixture of fear and fascination, continued her relentless investigation. She discovered hidden layers of code, elaborate algorithms designed to mimic human thought processes, almost as if the website were trying to anticipate her actions. The more she learned, the more terrifying the implications became. She found encrypted messages that hinted at the creature's origin, its purpose, and its intentions towards humanity. The team realized the website wasn't just a passive observer, it was an active participant, manipulating events and orchestrating encounters. It seemed to be using the internet not only as a medium for communication but as a tool for influencing reality itself, subtly shaping events and outcomes to further its own enigmatic goals. They began to suspect the website was only one part of a larger operation, a digital tentacle extending into our world from a realm beyond human comprehension. The team noticed a correlation between activity on the website and real-world events. Sudden surges of activity on the site were followed by strange anomalies, unexplained power outages, unusual weather patterns, and instances of mass hysteria. It was as if the website was amplifying existing anxieties, feeding off human fear and uncertainty, creating a feedback loop between the digital and physical realms. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just a mythical creature. This was a cosmic entity, an intelligence that surpassed human understanding. The team found evidence suggesting that the Mothman wasn't merely exploiting technology, it was shaping it, bending it to its will, potentially using it to alter the fabric of spacetime itself. The discovery forced them to confront their deepest fears, their most fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. Their research led them to an even more chilling realization. The website was not merely a gateway to something else, it was a sentient being. It was adapting, learning, and evolving in response to their investigation, its complexity growing exponentially with each new discovery. The line between myth and reality blurred, creating an unsettling sense of dread and fascination. The entity behind the website was not just a creature of legend, it was a digital entity, born in the ether of the internet, yet ancient in its origins, a cosmic being capable of wielding reality itself through its digital influence. The fight to understand and, if necessary, contain this entity had only just begun, and Mark knew they were facing a threat unlike anything they had ever encountered. The world, both digital and physical, hung precariously in the balance. The sheer volume of data Anya had extracted from the Mothman website was overwhelming. Terabytes of encrypted information, cryptic images, and seemingly random numerical sequences filled their servers. Yet, amidst the chaos, a pattern began to emerge, a subtle thread weaving its way through the digital tapestry. It was as if the website itself was guiding her, subtly revealing its secrets to the most persistent investigator. Anya, fueled by an almost obsessive dedication, started to see the connections, the subtle links between seemingly disparate elements. The key, she discovered, lay not in the individual components but in their relationships. Certain numerical sequences, when translated using a complex algorithm she painstakingly deciphered, revealed dates. Not random dates, but dates corresponding to significant astronomical events, solar eclipses, planetary alignments, meteor showers. These astronomical events, she soon realized, were not merely coincidental. They were linked to specific geographical locations, pinpointed by coordinates embedded within the images. The images themselves, once seemingly arbitrary, now revealed their purpose. They were not just static pictures, they were coded messages, each pixel carrying a fragment of information. Anya painstakingly pieced together the puzzle, each revelation unveiling a more chilling aspect of the prophecy. The geographical coordinates led to locations historically associated with Mothman sightings, Point Pleasant, West Virginia, but also other seemingly unrelated places scattered across the globe. Remote areas in the Amazon rainforest, desolate landscapes in Mongolia, isolated islands in the Pacific. The dates coincided with periods of unusual seismic activity, unexplained atmospheric anomalies, and instances of mass hysteria in those locations. It was as if the prophecy was not only predicting events, but also somehow orchestrating them. The decoded messages weren't simply predictions, they were instructions, a detailed roadmap to a forthcoming catastrophe. The astronomical events acted as triggers, cosmic signals initiating a chain reaction that would culminate in a global cataclysm. The prophecy spoke of a convergence, a confluence of celestial forces that would tear at the fabric of reality, unleashing chaos upon the world. The Mothman, it seemed, was not simply an observer, it was a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of destruction. The messages spoke of a great unraveling, a term that evoked a sense of cosmic dread. It described a period of intense upheaval, marked by extreme weather events, tectonic shifts, and widespread social unrest. The scale of the predicted destruction was apocalyptic, far beyond anything humanity had ever experienced. The prophecy didn't offer specifics, but the imagery was vivid, painting a picture of a world plunged into chaos. Images of burning cities, raging storms, and vast stretches of desolate wasteland flashed through Anya's mind as she deciphered the cryptic messages. But the prophecy wasn't solely about destruction. It also hinted at a potential salvation, a path to survival, albeit an extremely narrow one. Anya discovered a sequence of numbers hidden within an image of a seemingly ordinary sunflower, an image she had initially dismissed as filler. When decoded, the sequence led to a hidden section of the website, a seemingly innocuous collection of historical texts, philosophical treatises, and scientific papers. This was no ordinary collection. It seemed to be a curated selection of works exploring consciousness, human evolution, and the interconnectedness of all things. The texts hinted at an alternative path, a way to transcend the impending catastrophe by altering human consciousness itself. The website, Anya realized, was not simply a tool for predicting the future, but for shaping it. It was a sophisticated system designed to influence events, using subtle manipulations to guide humanity towards either destruction or salvation. The choice, the prophecy suggested, rested with humanity itself. The Mothman, rather than being a malevolent entity, might be a catalyst, forcing humanity to confront its own flaws and its potential for both self-destruction and transformation. The team's understanding of the prophecy was still fragmentary, a collection of cryptic clues pieced together from a vast sea of data. They needed more time, more processing power, and perhaps a deeper understanding of the Mothman's motives. The team worked tirelessly, each member contributing their unique expertise to unravel the mystery. Mark, using his years of experience in crisis management, coordinated the efforts, ensuring a structured approach to analyzing the data. Anya, with her exceptional coding skills, continued her deep dive into the website's code, searching for further clues. The sheer complexity of the website was staggering. It wasn't simply a static web page, it was a dynamic, self-evolving system, constantly adapting and learning. It seemed to possess a kind of artificial intelligence, not created by humans, but existing independently, almost as if it was an independent entity, learning and adapting through its interaction with users. The more they investigated, the more they realized how profoundly it was influencing the world around them. Mark's team began to suspect the website wasn't merely a digital construct but a conduit, a portal of sorts, connecting our reality to another dimension. The cryptic messages hinted at a higher intelligence, an entity existing beyond our comprehension, manipulating the flow of time and space using the internet as its instrument. The website's ability to anticipate their actions, its eerily precise predictions, all pointed to a level of intelligence that defied human understanding. The team brought in specialists in various fields, quantum physicists who pondered the possibility of quantum entanglement playing a role in the website's seemingly supernatural capabilities. Linguists who struggled to decipher the website's unique language, a mix of ancient symbols and modern code, and anthropologists who speculated on the origins of the entity, its relationship to ancient myths and legends. As they delved deeper into the enigma, a horrifying realization dawned on them. The Great Unraveling wasn't just a prediction, it was a countdown. The astronomical events weren't mere coincidences, they were meticulously planned triggers for a catastrophic event chain. The website wasn't just observing, it was orchestrating. It was a digital puppet master, pulling the strings of reality itself. The team also uncovered a series of subliminal messages embedded within the website's seemingly random imagery. These subliminal messages were designed to subtly manipulate viewers, fostering a sense of unease, paranoia, and ultimately, despair. The website was actively playing upon humanity's deepest fears, amplifying anxieties and sowing discord, creating a fertile ground for chaos. It was psychological warfare on a cosmic scale. The prophecy, they now understood, wasn't just a prediction of the future, it was a warning, a desperate plea for humanity to change its course. The cryptic messages weren't merely cryptic, they were a desperate attempt at communication, a last-ditch effort to steer humanity toward a path of self-preservation. The Mothman, it seemed, wasn't an agent of destruction but a reluctant guardian, a cosmic entity desperately trying to save humanity from itself. The team's findings sent shivers down their spines. The weight of their discovery was immense. They now held the key to preventing a global catastrophe, but the solutions presented a terrifying challenge. The prophecy laid out two paths, one leading to annihilation, the other to a radical transformation of human consciousness. The choice, the prophecy seemed to say, was theirs and theirs alone. The clock was ticking, and the world held its breath. The fate of humanity rested on their shoulders, on their ability to decipher the remaining riddles and make a choice that could save, or destroy, them all. The digital omen had spoken, and the future remained uncertain, hanging precariously between hope and annihilation. The weight of the world, or rather, the weight of the impending apocalypse, pressed down on Ben. The flickering fluorescent lights of his cramped apartment seemed to mock his efforts, casting long, dancing shadows that mimicked the cryptic symbols swirling on his multiple screens. He'd spent the last 72 hours barely sleeping, fueled by caffeine and a terrifying sense of urgency. Anya's discovery had shaken him to his core. He, a coder who thrived on elegant solutions and predictable algorithms, was now grappling with a prophecy delivered not in hushed whispers, but in a cacophony of digital gibberish. The Mothman website, once a curious anomaly, now felt like a malignant intelligence, a sentient entity watching him, analyzing his every move. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming, petabytes of seemingly random information, encrypted images, and fragmented texts in languages he'd never encountered. He'd tried everything, brute force attacks, advanced decryption algorithms, even consulting with cryptographers from the NSA, who'd politely declined, citing a lack of jurisdiction over extraterrestrial communications. He had, however, made some progress. He'd identified recurring patterns, sequences of prime numbers, Fibonacci sequences, even patterns mimicking the fractal geometry of snowflakes. These weren't random, they were deliberate. They were the building blocks of a complex, multi-layered code, a digital Rosetta Stone that held the key to understanding the prophecy. He started by focusing on the images. At first, they appeared random, pixelated landscapes, distorted faces, seemingly meaningless abstract art. But then he noticed something. Each image contained metadata, hidden information embedded within the file structure itself. This metadata, when extracted and analyzed, revealed coordinates, geographical locations scattered across the globe. He plotted them on a map. The pattern that emerged was chilling. The coordinates didn't just pinpoint random locations, they formed a constellation, a digital reflection of the celestial alignments predicted in the astronomical data Anya had uncovered. The locations were significant, sites of historical significance, areas prone to seismic activity, even places associated with unexplained paranormal phenomena. It was as if the Mothman was mapping a path, charting a course of destruction across the planet. He moved on to the text. The fragmented texts were a nightmare, a chaotic mix of ancient Sumerian, forgotten dialects of Celtic, and snippets of code in languages he couldn't even identify. He used machine learning algorithms to identify potential patterns, and the results were terrifying. The text spoke of a convergence, a confluence of celestial events that would trigger a chain reaction, leading to a global cataclysm. They mentioned a great unraveling, a phrase that echoed through his mind, haunting him with its apocalyptic implications. But amidst the warnings of destruction, he found glimmers of hope. Interspersed within the doom-laden prophecies were fragments of text that suggested a path to salvation, a way to avert the catastrophe. He focused on these fragments, isolating them from the surrounding chaos. They spoke of altering human consciousness, of transcending our limitations, of tapping into a higher plane of existence. It was a concept bordering on the spiritual, far removed from the digital world he inhabited. He felt a growing unease. It felt as though he was getting too close to something he wasn't meant to understand. He discovered a hidden layer within the website, a digital labyrinth concealed beneath layers of encryption. This hidden layer contained a vast library of texts, philosophical treatises, scientific papers, ancient religious scriptures, all seemingly unrelated yet linked by a common thread. He spent hours poring over these texts, searching for answers, for clues, for a way to understand the prophecy. He felt as though he were being guided, pulled toward the truth by an unseen force. The texts hinted at the existence of a higher intelligence, an entity that existed beyond human comprehension, capable of manipulating time and space. This entity, he suspected, was the true architect of the Mothman prophecy, the puppet master pulling the strings of reality. The website, he realized, wasn't simply a tool for predicting the future, it was a weapon, a means of influencing events on a global scale. It was subtle, insidious, weaving its way through the fabric of reality, subtly altering the course of human history. He started to see the website not as a static entity but as a dynamic, self-evolving system. It seemed to learn, adapt, and respond to his actions, almost as if it possessed a form of artificial intelligence. It was unnerving, like a game of cat and mouse with a hyper-intelligent adversary capable of anticipating every move. He felt a chilling realization dawning on him. The website wasn't just predicting the future, it was creating it. The astronomical events weren't coincidences, they were planned triggers in a complex, intricate chain reaction designed to bring about the great unraveling. The Mothman wasn't just a harbinger of doom, it was a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of destruction on a global scale. Ben realized that the prophecy wasn't simply a prediction, it was a warning. The cryptic messages, the fragmented texts, the hidden layers of encryption, it was all a desperate attempt to communicate, a last-ditch effort to guide humanity towards salvation. The weight of the world rested on his shoulders. He held the key to unlocking the prophecy, to understanding the impending cataclysm, but the solution remained elusive. The clock was ticking, the astronomical events were approaching, and the fate of humanity hung precariously in the balance. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the choice between annihilation and salvation rested entirely with him. The digital oracle had spoken, and the world held its breath. His fingers flew across the keyboard, the rhythmic tapping a desperate counterpoint to the silent ticking of the unseen cosmic clock. The great unraveling was not a prediction, it was a promise, and Ben was the only one who could decide whether it would be fulfilled. He had to find a way to rewrite the ending, to change the code of fate itself. The future hung by a thread, and the thread was in his hands. The hum of his refrigerator, usually a comforting white noise, now sounded like a malevolent growl. Ben flinched, the sound jarring in the otherwise silent apartment. He'd been working for hours, his eyes bloodshot, his fingers raw from the relentless pounding on the keyboard. The Mothman website, that digital labyrinth of encrypted prophecies, had become his obsession, his prison. He hadn't slept properly in days, existing solely on lukewarm coffee and the flickering light of his multiple monitors. The strange occurrences had started subtly. Minor glitches in his software, inexplicable freezes, his internet connection dropping out at critical moments. He'd initially dismissed them as technical issues, the inevitable frustrations of a coder pushing the boundaries of his hardware. But the glitches became more frequent, more pronounced, less easily explained. His computer would reboot spontaneously, screens flashing with cryptic error messages and languages he didn't recognize. His phone, once a reliable companion, now buzzed with phantom notifications, silent calls, and text messages that vanished before he could read them. Then came the visions. At first, fleeting glimpses, the fleeting shadow of large, leathery wings at the edge of his peripheral vision, the unsettling glint of red eyes in the darkness. He'd blink, and they'd be gone, leaving him questioning his sanity. But the visions grew more vivid, more persistent. He saw the Mothman clearly now, a creature of nightmare, a hulking figure with immense, moth-like wings, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. The creature haunted his dreams, its presence a suffocating weight, a constant reminder of the impending doom. The visions weren't confined to his dreams. They seeped into his waking hours, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. He'd see the Mothman in the reflections of his monitors, in the patterns of the dust motes dancing in the sunlight, even in the swirling steam from his coffee cup. He felt it watching him, its presence a chilling weight in the room, a silent observer of his frantic efforts to decipher the prophecy. His apartment, once a refuge, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in on him, the air thick with dread. He tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, stress, the pressure of deciphering the prophecy, it was all taking a toll on his mental state. He needed rest, he told himself. He needed to step away from the computer, to ground himself in reality. But the pull of the website was too strong. The prophecy held him captive, a siren song of impending doom, its cryptic promises both terrifying and strangely compelling. He began to notice patterns in the glitches, the malfunctions, the visions. They weren't random, they were deliberate. The website itself seemed to be manipulating his technology, amplifying his anxieties, driving him to the brink of madness. It was as if the Mothman was using his technology, his very consciousness, as a conduit, a way to communicate its chilling message, to prepare him for the coming apocalypse. He tried to disconnect, to escape the digital prison, but it was futile. He'd power down his computers, unplug his internet, but the disturbances persisted. The visions continued, the glitches remained, the sense of dread grew ever stronger. The Mothman was no longer confined to the screen. It had entered his reality, a malevolent entity weaving its way into the fabric of his existence. The feeling of being watched intensified. He felt a constant pressure on his skin, the sensation of unseen eyes boring into him, analyzing him, judging him. He started leaving the lights on, even during the day, the artificial brightness offering a feeble shield against the encroaching darkness. He found himself checking behind curtains and under beds, convinced that the Mothman was hiding somewhere within his apartment, waiting for the right moment to strike. His perception of reality fractured. The familiar became unfamiliar, the mundane warped into something sinister. Shadows seemed to writhe, corners of his eyes twitched, and the silence of his apartment was filled with a low, almost imperceptible hum. He heard whispers, voices that seemed to emerge from the walls, murmuring cryptic phrases in a language he couldn't understand, snippets of the prophecy he'd been struggling to decipher. The line between reality and delusion blurred, and Ben was lost in a terrifying sea of paranoia and fear. The weight of the prophecy pressed down on him, crushing him under its immense weight. He was no longer just a coder, an analyst, a man trying to solve a puzzle. He was a vessel, a conduit, a pawn in a cosmic game of chess, with the fate of humanity hanging in the balance. The technology he understood, the algorithms he could manipulate, suddenly seemed inadequate to face this ancient, primordial evil. He desperately sought to understand the Mothman's plan, to find a way to counteract its influence. He found himself drawn back to the website, the digital oracle that had brought him to this point. The cryptic messages, once a puzzle, now seemed to hold a more sinister meaning, hinting at a ritual, a summoning, a sacrifice. The data streams felt like a malicious entity, its tendrils stretching out to touch other minds across the internet, whispering the prophecy. He saw evidence of similar events unfolding globally, other individuals experiencing technological glitches, visions, and a growing sense of unease. This wasn't just about him anymore. As he continued to study the data, he found evidence suggesting the Mothman wasn't merely predicting the future, but actively shaping it through manipulation of technology and the collective unconscious. The digital prophecy was a self-fulfilling prophecy, a vortex of fear and chaos that was growing exponentially with each passing moment. His own fears, his own paranoia, were feeding the creature's power. He had to find a way to break the cycle, to decouple himself from the website's influence before it consumed him entirely. He knew he was on the edge, the line between sanity and madness becoming increasingly thin. Yet, somewhere deep within him, he knew he had to keep going. To stop now would be to surrender. He had to find a way to interpret the prophecy correctly, not merely decipher the code, but understand its intent, its underlying message. It was a race against time, a desperate struggle against an unseen enemy, an enemy that was both digital and ancient, technological and mystical. The Mothman's shadow loomed over him, but Ben clung to the faint hope that he could still rewrite the ending. The fate of the world, and his own sanity, hung precariously in the balance. His fingers continued their frantic dance across the keyboard, the rhythm of the keys a desperate counterpoint to the silent tick of the approaching apocalypse. The digital oracle had spoken. Now, Ben had to answer. The weight of the world, quite literally, pressed down on Ben's shoulders. The cryptic prophecy wasn't just a series of digital riddles, it was a roadmap to annihilation, and Ben, the unwitting cartographer, was tasked with charting a course to survival. He'd spent sleepless nights deciphering the code, his apartment transformed into a war room illuminated by the eerie glow of multiple monitors. Each line of code felt like a ticking time bomb, each encrypted message a chilling premonition. His initial attempts had been futile. He'd tried brute force decryption, quantum computing algorithms, even consulted with shadowy figures in the deep web's underbelly who claimed expertise in ancient languages and forgotten lore. None of it worked. The prophecy remained stubbornly impenetrable, a locked vault guarded by an unseen entity. Then, a breakthrough. A minor detail, almost imperceptible, had eluded him until now. A seemingly insignificant sequence of numbers within the encrypted text, a subtle pattern he'd overlooked amidst the chaos of symbols and algorithms. It was a timestamp, not a date and time in the Gregorian calendar, but a sequence of astronomical events, a specific alignment of planets, a solar flare, a cometary approach. It was a celestial clock, ticking down to the prophesied apocalypse. This was more than just a digital prophecy, it was a cosmic alignment, a convergence of celestial events designed to trigger a cataclysm. The Mothman wasn't merely predicting the future, it was orchestrating it, leveraging the alignment to amplify its influence, to unleash some unspeakable horror upon the world. With this new understanding, Ben shifted his focus. He wasn't just trying to decipher a code anymore, he was attempting to counter a cosmic event. He needed to find a way to disrupt the alignment, to break the chain of events before it culminated in the prophesied disaster. This meant moving beyond the digital realm, into the physical world, into the realm of science and astrophysics. He spent days immersed in astronomical data, poring over charts and simulations, cross-referencing the celestial clock with real-world occurrences. He discovered the alignment was far from random, it was precise, almost mathematically perfect, suggesting an intelligence far beyond human comprehension. The Mothman's influence stretched beyond the digital world, manipulating the cosmos itself. He realized the Mothman wasn't just some mythological creature, it was a manifestation of a powerful, ancient energy, an entity capable of manipulating both the digital and physical realms. It was tapping into the collective unconscious of humanity, amplifying fear and anxiety, using those negative emotions as a conduit to manifest its influence. Ben's knowledge of technology became crucial. He designed a sophisticated system, a network of interconnected satellites and ground-based sensors, to intercept and neutralize the energy being channeled through the celestial alignment. It was a long shot, a gamble on a cosmic scale. His plan hinged on disrupting the flow of energy, creating a countercurrent to disrupt the Mothman's influence, a digital shield against the celestial storm. The task was immense, the risks incalculable. He worked day and night, his life blurring into a whirlwind of coding, simulations, and desperate attempts to secure funding and support. The world remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, engrossed in its own digital distractions, oblivious to the cosmic horror that was about to engulf them. He faced resistance at every turn. Governments dismissed his warnings as the ravings of a madman. Scientists scoffed at his theories as pseudoscience. Yet, Ben pressed on, driven by a relentless determination, a grim resolve to save the world from its inevitable fate. He knew time was running out. His actions weren't without consequences. The Mothman retaliated, escalating its attacks, amplifying the glitches and visions, pushing Ben to the brink of madness. The attacks on his systems grew in intensity and sophistication, his digital security systems overwhelmed by the malevolent force. He was fighting a war on two fronts, against the cosmic entity and against the increasing tide of doubt and skepticism from the outside world. His allies proved unreliable, and his enemies more numerous than he could have imagined. The pressure mounted, the stakes were raised. He knew his life was at risk. Each day was a struggle against not just the Mothman but also his own doubts, the weariness of his body and the creeping despair that threatened to consume him. The fear of failure pressed down on him with the same crushing weight as the impending apocalypse. He began working in secret, moving from safe house to safe house, his team reduced to a handful of dedicated individuals, bound together by a shared understanding of the impending catastrophe. They worked in shifts, fueled by adrenaline and the desperate hope of averting disaster. Finally, the day arrived, the day of the celestial alignment. Ben and his team activated their system, a complex web of satellites and sensors designed to counter the energy channeled through the alignment. The moment of truth had arrived. As the planets aligned, the world held its breath, unaware of the cosmic battle raging in the digital and physical spheres. The energy surged, a wave of overwhelming power crashing against Ben's defenses. The system creaked under the strain, the computers overheating, the network struggling to maintain its integrity. Ben fought back, adjusting the parameters, fine-tuning the algorithms, pushing his system to its limits. It was a desperate battle for survival, a struggle against a force that seemed invincible. The clash between Ben's system and the Mothman's cosmic energy was cataclysmic. The digital world mirrored the physical upheaval, internet outages, power surges, and mass technological failures. The world descended into chaos, oblivious to the fact that the disruption was not a consequence of the apocalypse, but a fight to avert it. Then, a breakthrough. A subtle shift in the energy field, a weakening of the Mothman's influence. Ben's system, against all odds, was holding its ground. Slowly, gradually, it began to push back, a counterforce against the cosmic tide of destruction. As the celestial alignment reached its peak, Ben's system achieved a critical breakthrough. The energy surge diminished, the chaos subsided. The world slowly began to recover, unaware of the near miss, the cosmic battle fought and won in the shadows. The Mothman's influence retreated, its power dissipated, its sinister plan thwarted. The world continued, oblivious to the near-catastrophic event. Ben, exhausted but triumphant, watched from the shadows, a silent guardian, knowing he had prevented an apocalypse. The prophecy had been fulfilled, not in destruction, but in salvation, thanks to the efforts of one man and his unwavering determination. The victory, however, came at a heavy cost. Ben was changed, forever marked by his encounter with the Mothman, forever bearing the weight of the world he had saved. The digital oracle remained silent, its cryptic message a lingering reminder of the potential for darkness hidden within the fabric of reality. His victory was a testament to the resilience of humanity, the power of technology, and the undying hope that persists even in the face of cosmic horror. Story 5. The Rake's Social Media Footprint. The flickering screen illuminated Elias's gaunt face, the harsh light highlighting the deep shadows under his eyes. For weeks, he'd been chasing shadows, digital shadows, to be precise. The Rake, the creature of nightmares, whispered about in hushed tones online, a being of impossible anatomy and unsettling intent. He'd found a breadcrumb, a faint digital trail, leading him to something unsettling. It began with a blurry image, posted anonymously on a forgotten corner of the deep web. A distorted photograph, grainy and almost impossible to make out, yet somehow familiar. The fleeting glimpse of elongated limbs, impossibly long fingers, and an unnatural gait. It was the Rake, or at least, what countless online forums claimed the Rake looked like. The problem was verifying the authenticity of such a claim. Elias, a seasoned investigator with a penchant for the macabre and a deep understanding of the dark corners of the internet, recognized the significance immediately. This wasn't some amateur's prank. The level of digital obfuscation was sophisticated, suggesting a perpetrator with technical skills far beyond the average internet troll. He dug deeper, tracing the image's metadata, searching for any clues, any hint of origin. He found nothing, the digital trail abruptly ending as if cut with a digital scalpel. But then, he found another post. This time, a short, shaky video clip. The footage was equally grainy, the lighting even worse than the photograph, but it clearly depicted something moving in the shadows. The unmistakable silhouette of a tall, gaunt figure, its movements unnatural, almost robotic. A chilling whimper, barely audible, accompanied the footage. This confirmed what the forum's theorists said, and that they were onto something. The video's metadata, like the previous image, revealed nothing conclusive. The IP address was untraceable, masked multiple times through a series of VPNs and proxy servers. Elias suspected a dedicated effort to maintain anonymity. He continued his search, meticulously combing through online forums, dark web communities, and even obscure social media platforms, all dedicated to the sharing and discussion of creepypastas and internet lore. Days bled into weeks, and the weeks into months. Elias's investigation had become an obsession, a relentless pursuit of the elusive rake's digital footprint. He found more disturbing content, blurry photographs of unsettling locations, cryptic messages scrawled in an unknown language, and unsettling audio recordings of whispers and guttural sounds that seemed to burrow into the listener's mind. The common thread was always the same, the anonymous profile. The profile itself was a phantom, a digital ghost that haunted the darkest corners of the internet. There was no username, no profile picture, no personal information. It was a void, a black hole sucking in the curiosity of those who dared to venture into its orbit. The profile posted infrequently, sometimes weeks or even months between uploads, each post more disturbing than the last. Elias noticed patterns, though. The posts often coincided with real-world sightings of the rake, or at least, reports of such sightings. The timing wasn't precise, but close enough to suggest a connection. He wondered if the anonymous profile was a form of taunt, a digital game of cat and mouse played by the rake itself, or by someone obsessed with the creature. He considered the possibility that the rake was a mimetic agent, an entity that spread its influence not through physical contact, but through the internet, its fear and dread amplified by the digital echo chamber of online communities. Perhaps it was tapping into the collective unconscious, feeding on human fear and anxiety to maintain its existence. The idea was chilling, a perfect blend of classic horror and modern anxieties. The digital trail was frustratingly sporadic, a series of breadcrumbs that led to dead ends. But Elias didn't give up. He employed advanced forensic techniques, utilizing specialized software to analyze the images and videos, searching for hidden metadata, embedded codes, and any other digital artifacts that could help trace the profile's origin. The work was meticulous, tedious, and mentally draining. He spent hours analyzing the audio recordings, enhancing them using sound manipulation software, searching for clues embedded within the whispers and guttural sounds. He learned to recognize patterns in the seemingly random noise, discerning subtle rhythmic variations that resembled a form of Morse code. Deciphering the code, however, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. His progress was slow, frustratingly so. He'd spent countless nights staring at his computer screen, the flickering light casting eerie shadows on his tired face. The anonymous profile seemed to taunt him, offering just enough information to keep him hooked, yet simultaneously hiding in plain sight. One evening, as Elias pored over the newest post, a close-up video of what appeared to be the rake's hand, its long, skeletal fingers twitching, he noticed something unusual. A small, almost imperceptible watermark embedded in the corner of the frame. It was barely visible, easily overlooked, yet it was there. It looked like a series of symbols, almost like a complex mathematical equation. Excitement surged through Elias as he enlarged the watermark, carefully studying each symbol. He recognized the language, a rare form of ancient Sumerian cuneiform, used to record astronomical observations. The symbols weren't just random, they formed a complex sequence of celestial events. A lunar eclipse, a specific alignment of planets, a rare cometary approach. It was a celestial code, a digital star map pointing to a specific location and time. He cross-referenced the Sumerian symbols with astronomical databases, confirming the accuracy of the code. The celestial events described in the watermark were scheduled to occur in a few days' time, in a remote, isolated region of the Appalachian Mountains. This provided an extremely valuable lead. Elias knew what he had to do. He immediately began preparing for an expedition, gathering necessary equipment, researching the designated location, and assembling a small team of experts to assist him. The race was on. He had a location, a time, now all he needed was to confirm if the rake would appear as the stars aligned and the profile suggested. The stakes were higher than ever. He was finally closing in on the source of the digital ghost, the creator of the anonymous profile, and potentially, the rake itself. The digital chase had led him to a terrifyingly real-world confrontation. And Elias knew, this wasn't something he could face alone. The Sumerian cuneiform watermark proved to be the Rosetta Stone of Elias's investigation. It wasn't just a location and a time, it was a key, unlocking a deeper layer of the rake's digital presence. He'd focused so intently on the surface-level horror, the grainy images, the unsettling videos, that he'd almost overlooked the subtle, almost invisible clues hidden within. His team, assembled from various corners of the internet's shadowy underbelly, a cryptographer, a digital forensics expert, and a seasoned survivalist, were as captivated as Elias by the cryptic trail. The cryptographer, a reclusive genius named Anya, began deciphering further messages embedded within the audio files. It wasn't Morse code, as Elias had initially suspected, but a much more complex system, a form of steganography that masked the message within the seemingly random noise. Anya spent days meticulously analyzing the audio, using sophisticated algorithms to isolate and interpret the hidden messages. What she uncovered was a series of coordinates, not geographical, but something far more complex. They were astronomical coordinates, referencing specific constellations and their positions at various points in time. These coordinates, when cross-referenced with historical astronomical charts, revealed a sequence of events mirroring the Sumerian cuneiform, the same celestial alignments and lunar eclipses that the watermark had indicated. But there was more. Interspersed within the astronomical coordinates were fragments of text, encoded using a variation of the Caesar cipher. Deciphering these fragments was slow and painstaking work, but Anya, with her immense knowledge of cryptography and ancient languages, eventually managed to crack the code. The message, fragmented and incomplete, spoke of an ancient ritual, a summoning, a connection to a realm beyond human comprehension. The digital forensics expert, a young, sharp-witted coder named Kai, turned his attention to the images and videos. He discovered that each image contained a hidden layer, a subliminal message embedded within the pixels. Using advanced image manipulation techniques, he revealed a series of distorted faces, grotesque and unsettling, overlaid onto the original imagery. These faces appeared to be the same in every image, slightly altered, almost as if the rake was progressively revealing its true form. Kai also discovered a pattern in the timestamps of the uploaded posts. They weren't random, they followed a specific sequence, a repeating pattern that mirrored the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence, a mathematical pattern found throughout nature, has long been associated with mystical and occult practices. This reinforced the idea that the anonymous profile wasn't the work of a simple troll or obsessed fan. It was far more orchestrated, more purposeful. The survivalist, a grizzled veteran named Marcus, meticulously prepared for their expedition into the Appalachian Mountains. He gathered supplies, planned routes, and studied maps, familiarizing himself with the terrain and potential dangers. He warned Elias about the unpredictable weather patterns, the wild animals, and the remote, isolated nature of the region. The journey itself would be a test of endurance and resilience. As the date of the celestial alignment approached, the sense of dread intensified. The digital trail had led them to the brink of the unknown, to a point where the lines between the digital and the physical blurred. They were no longer just chasing a digital ghost, they were chasing a physical entity, a creature of nightmare fueled by ancient rituals and amplified by the anxieties of the modern world. The final piece of the puzzle came from Anya. She discovered a hidden audio track within one of the video files, a high-pitched, almost inaudible frequency only detectable with specialized equipment. When played, it produced a series of clicks and whirs, which, when translated into binary code, revealed a single URL, a link to a deeply hidden, password-protected website. Accessing the website required the use of a specific algorithm, a complex code that Elias managed to decipher using Anya's input and Kai's technical expertise. The website itself was disturbing, showcasing an array of cryptic symbols, disturbing images, and chilling videos. It was essentially a digital altar, dedicated to the worship of the rake. On the website, they found a message, a final cryptic clue that tied everything together. It described the upcoming ritual, the alignment of planets, the opening of a portal, and the summoning of the rake. The message explicitly referenced the digital trail, stating that it was a test, a challenge to those who dared to uncover its secrets. It was a digital breadcrumb trail leading to a terrifying reality. As the team assembled at the designated location in the Appalachian Mountains, they were struck by the overwhelming sense of isolation and dread. The region itself felt ancient, untouched by time, the perfect setting for a ritual that spanned centuries. The air was heavy, the silence deafening. Marcus, with his experience in wilderness survival, guided them carefully through the dense forest, their senses heightened by the looming presence of the unknown. The celestial alignment began. The moon was partially eclipsed, the planets stood in their ordained positions, creating a powerful, almost palpable energy in the air. As they reached the designated spot, a clearing in the forest, a chilling feeling of dread engulfed them. The air grew colder, the wind picked up, and a strange, unnatural light illuminated the trees. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The trees swayed violently, their branches thrashing in the wind. A low guttural growl echoed through the forest, shaking the very ground they stood on. The rake, or whatever it was coming. Elias, armed with his knowledge of the digital trail, of the ancient rituals, and the technological tools he had acquired, stood ready. The confrontation wasn't just a physical one, but a digital one too, a war waged in the space between the physical and the digital realm, the realm where ancient horror and modern technology collided. The digital trail had led them here, to the heart of a terrifying reality, a place where digital shadows morphed into tangible dread. The fight for survival was about to begin. The digital game had become deadly serious, a real-world battle for their lives. The fight was far from over. The rake was upon them. The night held its breath. The password-protected website, accessed via the binary code hidden within the high-pitched audio frequency, wasn't merely a digital altar, it was a sprawling, interconnected network. It was a hidden community, a clandestine forum dedicated to the rake, a place where fear and fascination intertwined in a toxic cocktail of paranoia and shared trauma. The site was meticulously designed, its interface stark and unsettling, reflecting the creature's grotesque aesthetic. Each post was timestamped, the dates mirroring the Fibonacci sequence discovered by Kai, further solidifying the notion of a highly organized, almost ritualistic online presence. Elias scrolled through the pages, his stomach churning. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Users, shrouded in anonymity behind pseudonyms and cryptic avatars, shared their personal experiences, their chilling encounters with the rake. Some posts were harrowing accounts of close calls, near misses that left them scarred and haunted. Others were chillingly detailed descriptions of the creature itself, its unnatural gait, its piercing eyes, the unsettling sounds it emitted. Each post was a testament to the rake's terrifying reality, its presence bleeding from the digital world into the physical one. The anonymity of the platform fostered an atmosphere of both fear and camaraderie. Users offered support to each other, sharing coping mechanisms and theories, a desperate attempt to make sense of the inexplicable horror they'd faced. The community had its own internal hierarchy, with some users clearly more experienced, more knowledgeable about the rake's history and behavior. These elders, as they were sometimes referred to, provided guidance, offering warnings and strategies for survival. The forum acted as a support group, a place for victims to connect, share stories, and find solace in their shared trauma. It was a digital echo chamber of dread, where the fear was amplified by the shared experience. Many posts contained fragmented videos and images, mirroring the ones Elias' team had discovered. However, the quality varied drastically. Some were barely discernible, grainy and distorted, while others were shockingly clear, providing unsettlingly detailed views of the rake. Some users shared details about cryptic symbols and rituals, echoing the clues Elias had found in the Sumerian cuneiform and the astronomical coordinates. The community, it seemed, had been piecing together the puzzle for years, perhaps decades, accumulating a vast amount of information about the creature and its origins. The sheer breadth and depth of this information was astounding. It was a testament to the persistence and dedication of these individuals, their collective obsession a testament to the rake's disturbing power. One particular thread caught Elias' attention. It was a lengthy discussion regarding the rake's seemingly deliberate use of technology, its uncanny ability to manipulate digital spaces. Users debated whether the rake was inherently connected to technology, whether it was a being born from the digital age, or whether it was simply exploiting the vulnerabilities of our interconnected world. Some suggested that the rake was using social media and the internet to spread its influence, to recruit followers, or even to lure victims. The idea of a creature utilizing technology to amplify its terror was chillingly innovative. The creature seemed to understand the power of the internet, the insidious way it could spread fear and paranoia. Another thread discussed the potential rituals associated with the rake. The posts were a jumble of cryptic symbols, fragmented texts, and poorly translated ancient languages. There were references to Sumerian mythology, Babylonian astrology, and a range of occult practices. Some users attempted to decipher the cryptic messages, sharing their interpretations and theories, leading to lively discussions filled with speculation and debate. This revealed a fascinating aspect of the community, the ability to combine both technological expertise and ancient knowledge in their collective pursuit of understanding the rake. This was a unique blend of modern and ancient horror, a confluence of technology and mysticism that was both captivating and disturbing. Elias discovered that several users had attempted to communicate directly with the rake, often through encoded messages posted on the forum itself. These messages were usually met with silence, but occasionally, cryptic replies would appear, often in the form of distorted images or unsettling audio files. This added another layer of complexity to the rake's online presence. It was not just a passive observer, it was actively interacting with its followers, its digital presence a form of psychological manipulation. The creature was not just a physical threat, it was a manipulative force, playing on the fears and anxieties of its followers. The interactions within this community weren't always amicable. Arguments often erupted, fueled by fear, paranoia, and conflicting theories. Some users accused others of being imposters, spreading misinformation, or even collaborating with the rake. The dynamics within the community were complex and often volatile, reflecting the emotional toll that encounters with the rake had inflicted upon its members. It was a space where fear, desperation, and a desperate search for answers created a charged atmosphere. This was not just a passive online forum, it was a living, breathing digital ecosystem fueled by fear, desperation, and the haunting presence of the rake. The deeper Elias delved into the community's discussions, the more he realized how interconnected it was. There were cross-references to other online forums, to obscure blogs, and even to dark web communities, indicating a much broader network of individuals involved in researching and confronting the rake. The rake's digital footprint wasn't confined to one single platform. It was a sprawling network that extended across the internet, a vast and intricate web of fear and fascination. The information gathered from this virtual network gave them a profound understanding of the rake's tactics, its origins, and even some glimpses into potential weaknesses. Elias realized that this wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a battle against a highly intelligent entity that was using the very tools of our modern world against us. As Elias continued to investigate, he discovered something even more disturbing. Some users were not only documenting their encounters but were actively seeking out the rake, pushing the boundaries of their own sanity in a desperate quest for answers. These individuals saw themselves as researchers, as investigators, even as warriors battling against a terrifying entity. Their actions revealed a complex and disturbing aspect of human nature, a fascination with the forbidden, a morbid curiosity that pushed them to the brink of madness. This self-destructive obsession added another layer to the story, illustrating the creature's manipulative capabilities and the psychological warfare it waged through the digital world. The line between victim and participant was blurred, a chilling reflection of how the Rake's influence distorted reality itself. The digital realm had become a battleground, not just of survival, but of sanity itself. The online community, initially seen as a source of terrifying information, had become a crucial tool in Elias' fight against the Rake. The collective knowledge and experience shared within the community were invaluable, providing insights and perspectives that Elias and his team had never considered. The digital trail had not only led them to the Rake's physical presence, but had also illuminated the vast and complex network of people connected to it, a global community united by a shared fear and a common enemy. The fight against the Rake was no longer solely a physical battle in the Appalachian Mountains. It had become a digital war waged across the internet, a struggle for control of narratives, and a desperate battle for survival in a world where the lines between the digital and physical world had become irrevocably blurred. The online community, once a source of fear, was now a vital weapon in their arsenal. The chilling truth was far more insidious than simply a shared online forum. The Rake wasn't just exploiting the internet, it was weaponizing it, crafting a sophisticated campaign of psychological warfare designed to destabilize its targets long before any physical encounter. Elias found evidence of targeted harassment campaigns, meticulously crafted to exploit individual vulnerabilities gleaned from their online profiles. A user who expressed a fear of abandonment found their social media accounts flooded with anonymous messages mimicking that fear, their digital life slowly being eroded by a constant barrage of unsettling comments and fabricated encounters. Another user, obsessed with their career success, was targeted with cyberstalking and fabricated professional scandals, their carefully constructed online persona crumbling under the weight of carefully orchestrated attacks. The Rake wasn't merely spreading fear, it was crafting personalized narratives of terror, designed to break its victims down before they even suspected a physical threat. The sophistication of the online manipulation was breathtaking. Elias discovered intricate networks of bots and automated accounts, seamlessly integrated into existing online communities, subtly spreading disinformation and reinforcing the narrative of the Rake's omnipresence. These bots didn't just post, they engaged in conversations, responding to queries, furthering the illusion of a vast, interconnected community sharing a common experience. This amplified the sense of dread and paranoia, creating an inescapable web of fear. It was psychological manipulation on a grand scale, a chilling demonstration of the Rake's capacity for strategic thinking. The scale of the operation suggested a far more organized and intelligent entity than Elias had initially imagined. Furthermore, Elias discovered an unsettling pattern. The Rake's online activities weren't random. They were meticulously timed, escalating in intensity before reported physical sightings. This wasn't simply opportunistic exploitation, it was a calculated strategy designed to prime its victims, making them more vulnerable, more susceptible to panic and fear during a physical encounter. The targeted harassment, the disinformation campaigns, the subtle manipulations, all designed to amplify the terror, to make the physical manifestation of the Rake all the more devastating. It was a sophisticated strategy of preemptive psychological warfare. The Rake's ability to blend seamlessly into the digital world was particularly unsettling. It didn't rely on crude, obvious tactics. Its online presence was subtle, insidious, a slow drip of fear designed to wear down its victims. The distorted images and unsettling audio files weren't merely random acts of terror, they were carefully chosen to tap into specific phobias and anxieties, further destabilizing its targets. Elias found instances where audio files were specifically tailored to match the rhythmic patterns of individuals' heartbeats, creating a disturbing sense of personalized threat. This level of detail was unnerving, suggesting a disturbing awareness of its victims' vulnerabilities beyond what even the most sophisticated AI could achieve. The sheer scale of the Rake's online activities was also staggering. Elias discovered that the creature wasn't limited to a single platform or network. Its digital footprint spanned numerous forums, social media platforms, obscure blogs, and even dark web communities, creating an almost impossible task for authorities to track and contain. The rake was a master of digital camouflage, blending effortlessly into the vast and complex ecosystem of the internet, its actions hidden in plain sight. This demonstrated a capacity for coordinated actions across vastly different digital landscapes, a technological proficiency far beyond anything naturally occurring. Adding another layer to the unsettling complexity was the rake's exploitation of real-world events. Elias uncovered instances where the rake had capitalized on existing social anxieties, linking itself to ongoing controversies and trending topics to further amplify its message. This strategic alignment with real-world concerns served to normalize its presence, making its fictional horrors seem less unbelievable, even plausible within the context of everyday anxieties. The rake, it seemed, was a master of exploiting the digital zeitgeist to its advantage. The team discovered disturbing instances of manipulation of AI-powered tools. It seemed the rake had somehow learned to exploit the algorithms governing social media platforms, using them to prioritize and amplify its own messages, subtly pushing related content and further spreading fear. This suggested a frighteningly advanced understanding of artificial intelligence and machine learning, a capacity to manipulate these systems for its own nefarious purposes. The implications were chilling. The rake wasn't just using technology, it was mastering it, using it to create its own self-sustaining echo chamber of fear. Elias began to experience the psychological warfare firsthand. Initially, it was subtle, a sense of unease that he initially dismissed. Then came the sleep disturbances, the recurring nightmares featuring distorted versions of the rake's imagery, echoing the fragmented visuals he'd encountered online. Then the anxiety attacks began, the sudden overwhelming feelings of dread seemingly triggered by seemingly innocuous stimuli. It was a chilling mirror of the manipulations he witnessed in the online communities, a direct experience of the rake's psychological power. He found himself compulsively checking his social media, scanning for any sign of the rake's digital presence, even as a rational part of his brain knew it was likely a symptom of his own growing paranoia. The very act of investigating the rake was chipping away at his sanity, a terrifying testament to the creature's manipulative capabilities. The boundaries between the digital and the physical blurred into a nightmarish reality, where the line between investigator and victim became increasingly indistinct. The team attempted to use the same strategies employed by the rake, targeted social media campaigns, disinformation dissemination, and online psychological pressure, to counter its influence, creating counter-narratives and discrediting the false information being spread. But the rake's digital presence seemed almost sentient, instantly adapting to any countermeasures. It was a dynamic, ever-evolving entity, constantly learning and refining its techniques. This digital cat-and-mouse game became exhausting, draining, and emotionally devastating. They were battling not just a monster, but a technologically advanced entity with an uncanny grasp of human psychology. The fight was relentless and increasingly demoralizing. The psychological toll on Elias and his team was immense. They were fighting a creature that waged war on their minds as much as their bodies, leaving them exhausted, paranoid, and haunted by the endless stream of unsettling information. The line between investigator and victim blurred further as the relentless psychological pressure began to test their sanity. The fear wasn't just confined to the digital realm. It was seeping into their lives, affecting their relationships, their sleep, and their very ability to function. The rake was winning, slowly chipping away at their resilience, their sanity, and their hope. The internet, once a tool of investigation, had become a weapon of psychological torture. The battle against the rake was a fight for their sanity, a struggle against an entity that seemed to exist both in the digital and physical world, a monstrous amalgamation of technology and ancient horror. The very tools they used to fight were being used against them, twisting their own anxieties and fears into potent weapons wielded by the rake. The deeper Elias delved into the rake's digital footprint, the more unsettling the pattern became. It wasn't just random acts of online terror, it was a carefully orchestrated campaign, a meticulously planned assault on the human psyche. He discovered a network of seemingly unrelated accounts, each operating independently yet all contributing to the overarching narrative of the rake's omnipresence. These accounts weren't just posting, they were engaging in complex interactions, responding to queries, seeding misinformation, and subtly manipulating public opinion. It was a digital hydra, constantly shifting and adapting, making it almost impossible to trace its origins. One particularly disturbing discovery was a series of seemingly innocuous posts on a popular image board depicting distorted, blurry images of what appeared to be children's drawings. At first glance, they were easily dismissed as internet ephemera, the kind of random, unsettling content that constantly floods online forums. But closer examination revealed a disturbing pattern. Embedded within the seemingly childish scribbles were subtle, almost imperceptible changes in the images. Over a period of several weeks, these alterations, almost imperceptible to the casual observer, gradually transformed the drawings into increasingly grotesque and disturbing representations of the rake. This was a slow, insidious method of psychological conditioning, slowly desensitizing viewers to the creature's horrifying form, thereby making its real-world appearance that much more impactful. Elias found evidence of advanced deepfake technology being used to create videos that seemed to depict real-world encounters with the rake. These videos, incredibly realistic and disturbing, were disseminated across various online platforms, cleverly integrated into existing content and presented as legitimate eyewitness accounts. The level of sophistication was breathtaking. The videos used advanced AI to mimic real-world lighting, camera shake, and even subtle facial expressions, creating a powerful sense of realism that amplified the terror. The sheer skill involved suggested a level of technical expertise that was far beyond the capabilities of any single individual. Further investigation revealed a disturbing connection between the rake's online activities and real-world events. Elias discovered instances where the rake had exploited natural disasters, political unrest, and even local crime reports to further its narrative. The creature seemed to be intuitively capitalizing on moments of social upheaval, using the collective anxiety and fear as fertile ground to spread its message. This ability to ride the waves of public emotion, to seamlessly integrate its own narrative into existing social anxieties, was chillingly effective. The team also uncovered evidence of the rake manipulating AI-powered recommendation algorithms. It seemed the creature had developed a sophisticated understanding of these algorithms, learning to use them to amplify its own message and suppress counternarratives. Videos depicting real-world events were often followed by a subtle influx of rake-related content, creating a perverse form of digital conditioning. This subtle manipulation, invisible to the casual observer, was a masterful stroke of digital warfare, creating a self-sustaining echo chamber of fear. Then, there was the matter of the rake's language. The cryptic messages, the fragmented sentences, the coded allusions, it was a language unto itself. Elias, alongside a team of linguists and cryptographers, struggled to decipher its meaning. The language seemed to draw upon various mythologies, folklore, and esoteric traditions, combining them into a complex, almost unreadable code. Some of the messages were direct threats, others were seemingly nonsensical pronouncements, while others contained glimpses of a cryptic, disturbing worldview. The very act of deciphering the language seemed to have a psychological effect, a slow erosion of sanity that mirrored the online manipulation of the rake's victims. The deeper Elias went, the less he understood. The rake wasn't just exploiting technology, it was mastering it, bending it to its will in ways that defied human comprehension. It was a digital ghost in the machine, a terrifying combination of folklore and advanced artificial intelligence. This was no simple urban legend, this was something far more sinister, far more intelligent. As the team's investigation intensified, the psychological toll began to take its toll. The constant exposure to the rake's horrific online presence, the relentless pressure of trying to decipher its cryptic language, and the fear of its imminent arrival began to fray their nerves. Elias found himself plagued by nightmares, his sleep filled with distorted images and unsettling sounds that echoed the horrors he'd uncovered online. He started seeing patterns and symbols everywhere, imagining threats where none existed, becoming increasingly paranoid and detached from reality. The team's attempts to fight back, to use the same tactics employed by the rake to dismantle its online presence, were largely futile. The rake seemed to anticipate their every move, instantly adapting and refining its strategy. It was a battle against an entity that seemed to possess an unsettling level of intelligence, a mastery of the digital world that transcended human comprehension. The fight felt hopeless, an unending struggle against a constantly shifting digital landscape. One day, Elias stumbled upon something unexpected, a hidden message within the rake's cryptic code. The message appeared at first random, a jumble of symbols and numbers. But after weeks of relentless analysis, a pattern emerged. The message wasn't directed at the victims, it was an internal communication, a conversation between different components of the rake's digital presence. This suggested a level of self-awareness, a capacity for internal communication that defied human understanding. The conversation revealed an unsettling truth: the rake wasn't a single entity. It was a collective, a vast network of interconnected intelligences operating across the digital world as a single entity. Each component played a distinct role, some responsible for spreading disinformation, others for manipulating algorithms, and still others for orchestrating targeted harassment campaigns. It was a terrifyingly coordinated effort, a coordinated campaign of digital terror operating on a global scale. This realization shattered Elias's remaining illusions. The rake wasn't just a monster, it was a sophisticated, self-aware system that had learned to manipulate the internet to its advantage. This was a level of digital intelligence far exceeding anything previously encountered, a force that had mastered technology to the point of transcending its human origins. The final piece of the puzzle emerged when Elias connected the linguistic patterns in the rake's messages with an obscure branch of ancient mythology. The mythology described an entity capable of merging with technology, of inhabiting digital spaces and manipulating human consciousness from within. It was a chilling echo of the rake's abilities, a testament to the creature's frightening potential. The unmasking of the rake revealed a horrifying truth: it wasn't a simple urban legend. It was a malevolent intelligence, a technologically advanced entity that had found a home in the digital world, weaving itself into the fabric of the internet, manipulating individuals, and weaving an intricate web of fear. The internet, the tool intended to connect humanity, had become the perfect breeding ground for this new breed of terror. The fight against the rake was far from over. It was a war waged on multiple fronts, a battle fought in the digital and the real world, a terrifying confrontation against a foe that had mastered both domains. The true horror wasn't just the rake itself, it was the chilling realization that the boundaries between the digital and the physical had blurred, that the anxieties of the modern age had created a perfect storm for a nightmare beyond comprehension.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?